Yeah, 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 I got my nice trash boys. I've also got some good boys too. Ah! There we go. Have to keep skipping that. I've also got some good boys over here in the tea break screen. Look at them, they're so good. Okay, back here. Hey, 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 what's up? We're doing some more 999. I went and got some food. Oh shit, what the heck? Stop. Continue, yes. Oh god, we have to do this whole beginning again. Again. Ah, yeah. Oh, good luck, days. Crafting. Beginning, at least. Oof. Oh god, culinary. That's the worst one. I'm just munching while we do this. Can I remember the suitcase numbers? No. I don't remember shit. We probably should have taken notes or something, but Hey look, it's a suitcase. Ah! It would be nice if we knew the code. I guess I could just look this up real quick. We've done this like twice. 999 first puzzle solution. Oh, not hint. Codes. Okay, got it. Then we go to the mirror. And oh shit! I'm getting my memories! Remember when we got kidnapped by Zero? He sure was spooky. I'm gonna go and eat while this happens now. So spooky. I don't have a particular idea for what we're gonna do for, like, this route. I guess we just follow our heart. Yeah, because, like, the first cabin is, like, the same shit every time. Okay, blue is any your memories. That's what I said, apparently. Don't worry about it. Any games you really liked from the PS3? I didn't play too many games from the PS3, despite that being like the main console that I had. I think my favorite one is probably Tales of Xillia. Put it in the Junpei. 263. Aw, yee. Tales of Xillia is like a JRPG, so if you're down for that, just know it's a huge time sink. Let's see. 7485. Oh, duh. Aw, yeah. Oh. What? Oh, right, combine them. Fine. Oh. Do I need to, like, get that special thing before I can do this? Oh, never mind. See, we didn't even use the screwdriver in this one. What was it again? Ugh. Aw, yeah. Oh. Now get out of here. Found a way out. Aw, yeah. Well, it's flooded. Oh no, gotta get out of here. I think, who are these people? Boobs. We should look around. Oh, hey, what are your names? Oh, we're not allowed to tell each other? Oh, shit. We should come up with code names or something. Whoa, it's my childhood friend. He's so pretty and cute. Oh, shit. Everyone saw Zero. Now he's talking to us and telling us the rules. In case you didn't know, Days, the endings we've gotten so far are the submarine ending and the knife ending. Dusty! Hey! We're just speeding through this whole prologue until we get to the new decision, which won't even be in this section. The next decision we get is like at the hospital room. What should we go with over here, actually? Should we go with Snake and Seven, or should we go with, like, what was it, June and Santa? Let's not just skip to the end. No, I gotta do the puzzles and shit. I could just do this and go triple fast. But I'm also eating, so this is like an opportunity for me to like... Oh! Ah, ace and load? Oh. Okay, this is new, I guess. Both Ace and Lotus lifted their hands silently. He verified and she followed suit. 5 plus 1 plus 8 equals 14. 1 plus 5 equals 5. Oh, and same shit. You know what ending you got now? You can put it in my Discord with like the thingies, the spoiler stuff. Yeah, Degen got like a ridiculous ending first. I can't tell you which ones it was, but when we get it, I'll tell you which one, and you'll be like, wow. I got a pretty safe one the first time. I got the knife one. Yeah, I think we should go with Snake and Seven. I also remember that room better. Although we will miss the Funya Rimpa. Only 2 people can go through, I don't know. Or something like that. No. Wait, that was wrong. It was on the tip of Junpei's tongue when Lotus beat him to the punch. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. That's what the letter said. In other words, no less than 3, no more than 5. Wait, what? God damn it, Vivi, you tricked me. Exactly. Snake inclined his head towards Lotus. The 9th man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed. Whoa. That's crazy. You got me, the streamer. This is why I shouldn't interact with chat. I'm just gonna ignore y'all for the rest of this thing. Wait a minute, I don't think that's how it works, Vivi. Santa Claus rules is if Santa Claus dies and you put on the jacket, you become Santa Claus. You'd have to kill me. Do you want to kill me? Are we having a 999 situation here? Three, it would be 3. That meant there was no way they could pass through door 4. Wait, that wasn't right. No, something didn't seem right. Junpei ran the numbers again. I'm making Junpei an idiot in this route. No! Stop uprising every time I, like, look away. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5 equals 22. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Yeah, dummy Junpei route. He repeated what he determined. Whoa! Oh shit. It had to be door 5. Yeah, the Junpei never learned how to read route. Where we only hang out with our bros. Although that was actually our first route, technically. But then that was also our bad boy route. Oh shit. What do we need for this one? I guess we need those piano thingies. Oh, I miss Snake. Yeah, we need the water for that. So we do need these items. There's no, like, codes that we have to solve. We never did see inside the safe. Yeah, we didn't. We couldn't open it. There's a Goosebumps the game? I mean, of course there is, but... Okay, we need 4 of these. I was like, oh heck, Snake's blind, but he's actually real smart anyway, so he doesn't need our help. Pull the plug. Oh, right, yeah, you're right. Forgot about that. Let's put out the fire real quick. Has Seven Steel been revealed? Sort of, yeah. Not completely, but we know that he's a cop. And he was like in a similar room in the ship. Yeah, I got like a mini cop backstory, and it was connected with Lotus's backstory, which was her kids went missing for a little bit, and Seven was like, I remember one of those children's names from some kids that I was looking for who went missing. And it's all tied to this game in some way. This happened 9 years ago. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, doing some weird pseudoscience testing stuff. Some very unethical experiments on children. And they were all tied down to this hospital. Or this hospital chain that was owned by something pharmaceuticals. I forget the name. We need one more? Was there a reason to even go into that toilet before? I don't think so. Oh, there we go. Alright, first puzzle solved. Oh, jeez, let me actually... It's because they're placed in such a weird pattern, you can't even just like... Okay. F-A-G-C... Oops. F-A-G-C... F-G... E, oh, A, F, A, oops. Okay, so F, A, G, C. We can't open the safe, at least. Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't check last time, but they didn't say anything, so I assume you can't open it. I can check this time, though. It's a safe. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we can't do shit. But now we can leave! Alright, let's go. Aw, yee. Now the casino one. Okay, so we just have to find a bunch of cards. I assume we have to play this game. Actually, real quick, I'm just gonna add some rose syrup to this tea. Make it taste a little bit better. And also I have my chicken plate over here that I want to put away so it doesn't make my room smell like chicken. I'll be back in 1 sec. Alright, while I'm doing this, since Days, Deej, and Vivi are here, I wanted to try and do the raid tomorrow, the Evalis one. Can y'all make it? What time? Like, late, probably. Like, we're probably not gonna finish this one in the session today. So I'll probably do it. Oh, you're doing stuff in the morning? Well, then that's perfect. Am I missing a card somewhere? Oh shit, this area. What was it again, actually? Clover... Oh, there we go. Aw, yeah. These are much faster when you actually know the solution. Aw, yeah. Jackpot. Oh, right, we have to go to the table first. Oh no, days! That's like the worst. People sell shards, but they sell it for like so much. I always like worry about that shit. Ugh, gross! How has that never happened to you, D-Gen? You do get them from crafting leaves, I think? Or gathering leaves, or maybe both. You can try some of those if you want. You'll also get experience from it. Okay, what makes a 9? It's also, wait, hold up, this is Baccarat. What was it? The one in the 10th place, or is it the one in the one in the 1's place is the one that's important? You have to make 19. Wait, but my cards aren't big enough for that. How did I do this puzzle again? Aw, yee. Or just make a 9. Oh gee, I wonder what I should put in here. And there we go. 3 puzzle rooms solved. Aw, yee. Alright, now there's gonna be a lot of dialogue. Oh shit, the doors don't open. Someone took all their shit out. Oh heck, we met up with everyone. Whoa, what's a gigantic? It's a Titanic sister. That's what we could be in. Actually, no, we aren't because we don't have any evidence. Oh shit, Snake's gone missing. What the heck? We can't find him anywhere. Oh shit, what do we do? No, Ace, don't sacrifice yourself. Ugh. Oh shit. Okay, now we make a for realsies choice. Did we go 7 last time? We went 8 last time, right? Praise. Yeah, okay, let's go 7. Oh shit, new shit. I think I'm gonna go with the door 7. Okay. 7 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 8.
What? Why?
What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. Damn. Not on Santa's friendship route this time. If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there's only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go through 7 with 358, and go through 8 with 467. Plan B. Go through 7 with 457, and go through 8 with 368. Plan C. Go through 7 with 367, go through 8 with 458. We're probably... Wait, which one was I again? I don't know. That's it. Those were our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now. As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes.
Oh no. You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew that if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah. Probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't connect, neither team could get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end the game until we get through the 9th door. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yeah. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Ugh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked towards door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
Hanging out with 7 again. Aw, yeah.
Ooh, you guys ready? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, towards door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked towards him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. They'll likely get through door 8 easier. I don't think so, because that same person is with them right now. Oh, they'll get through it faster. That's true. At least I have Lotus with them, because I don't know how they could solve that room without her, really. Unless they're also tech geniuses. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving.
From what they said before, they said that they were in a hospital room too. I know that we were in like a hospital room kind of, but it seemed more like an experimental room. Like they were in a surgery place, so I don't know. Maybe they're like connected in some way, like they surgery-lize them and then they move them to the experimentation room. 7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. To the left of a wooden door, they found the dead. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Whew. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall.
Let's stopped. Let's stopped. Ha 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 ha.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but you never really get used to it.
He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that. What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again, I dare you! I will kill you!
7's not afraid to deck a child. I keep thinking she's a child. She's like 18.
You have no... you wanna die?
Clover's so ready.
I like to see you try. Well, you fucking brat. Alright, let's go.
She's so ready to just throw hands. Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good.
Oh.
Gosh. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight. On the left was a single short hallway that terminated almost immediately at a thick iron wall. Junpei doubted the wall could be moved. At last, he gave up and returned to 7, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
Well, this door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it. There was a metal plaque bolted above the door. It read operating room. If it was to be believed, the room on the other side of the door was an operating room. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous. I would too.
There's no point standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
7 grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. 7 followed, with Clover right behind him. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen.
Ugh!
Oh,
Ah!
a scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven ran towards Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
Oh, what the hell is this?
Is this a corpse? It was something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. Slowly they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
A doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked, as intently as possible from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Huh. Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls. Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty! Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
God damn it, these two! Surprisingly, Lotus was like the chiller root of the two. Although I think even then, she also was like very close to punching Clover.
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off.
Ooh. Humph!
Junpei sighed and shook his head. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart! Wow, Junpei! That was a line! You know, Junpei actually a big dork.
Oh.
Oh, this. Why is Clover just Coco but slightly more vulgar? Excuse me? How dare you? Although, I don't even have pink hair anymore, so get hacked! I just bleached it recently, so it's no longer pink. Get hacked.
You mean on his chest?
Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Yes, I'm a bleached blonde, and I want to dye it like an orangey kind of blonde soon, but I'm lazy, so I haven't worked up the energy to do that. I like it right now. It doesn't look too bad. I do want to cut it shorter, though. My goodness, long hair during summer is not fun, and I also just hate long hair in general for myself, because it's hard to maintain. Yeah, I've got a shit ton of split ends when I think about it. I really need to cut my hair. But then it'll look great, because then it's gonna be nice and newly dyed, and also nearly cut. So it'll be real nice. Doesn't mean you're not the same personality. How dare you? I mean, I like Clover, but still.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something? Maybe it's got more personal uses.
Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? These characters. Let's go.
Okay.
Well, sure thing. Jeez. I don't think he cares much about Clover. He's willing to punch her. Okay. I don't remember this puzzle at all, so hey. Oh, you meant Chippy. Fair enough. Even if she sounds like a British urchin pickpocket.
Hey! I wonder what this thing is. It says kg on the display. Kilograms.
So they use kilograms, but they also use... Did they use Fahrenheit last time? Or did they use, like... whatever the other measurement is? They use something, like I feel like they're using a mix now. Yeah, they used Fahrenheit last time. So yeah, they're using kilograms, but they're also using Fahrenheit. Is this Canada?
You think it's a scale?
Then again, I don't know much about like Japanese measurements. I don't know if they use Fahrenheit or Celsius, or if they use meters or whatever other shit. A white clock.
These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know? Hey, it says something here.
John?
You think this doll's the name? Oh, that's this doll's name.
Maybe.
This thing's creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed.
For operating, it's some operation shit. The game, I mean.
An operating table. You think old operating tables look like this?
I have no idea. Kilogram universal for mass? Is it? Don't y'all use like pound or what was it? Stone? Pebbles? Pound is weight? Well, you're measuring mass normally, aren't you? Weight would be force. I don't know. I haven't done physics in a while. Weight is mass times gravity. How many times do people measure weight, though? Don't people generally measure mass? No? Because I don't know, I don't use pounds. Yeah, pounds are a unit of mass measurement. I'm pretty sure kilograms are how we measure things in general. Whatever. This is a conversation that I don't care much to continue. I just know I use kilograms. I don't know shit about other measurements. An internal organ, scientifically a lung. A medical mannequin with its guts showing.
Ew! Gross! Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest.
Yeah, sure is.
There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Ugh. Damn it.
Random conversation about measurements is pretty appropriate for 909. I think so too. This is probably one of the few streams where I can just go on a tangent about shit, and it's like it's topical to the game.
It's stuck. I guess you can't use force in this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole.
Well, here's a bunch of tools.
That's a lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few pairs of forceps, a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new.
Ooh. It's got a little bit of red on it. Maybe it's rust. Probably rust. Does this not fit into the cracks? I need to stop sipping this tea. One sec, I'm moving my glass of water nearer to me. Because this is just making me hot. By the way, I'm going through a heat wave right now. So, don't mind me if I get grumpy and irritable. Because it's real hot here.
Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it.
Oh.
The drawer's empty.
Yeah, nothing there. Oh, hey. Oh, right. We got build a body. Grumpy and irritable. What else is new? How dare. Having no AC is the worst. Hate it. I mean, I'm not gonna use it normally. That's a 26 Celsius. Yeah, that's my temperature right now as well.
Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over there.
There's nothing on the lid or the drawers. What about this? A lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. Nothing on the lower shelf. To be fair, those weeks are unbearable, so... Oh, hey! We can use this. Because I know the only places that have it are like malls and stores and shit. And I can't go outside to them now, so...
Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. No, that's probably a pair of kosher forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissues out of the way.
Damn.
We could use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that.
I super miss going to shops. I really wanted to go and get, like, ice cream and cold boba. I really, like, my favorite thing during summer is to go to the mall and get, like, cold peppermint boba. It's such a good boba tea thing, and I can't find that boba anywhere except for this one mall. But it's so good, and it's so refreshing because it's, like, ice cold.
The scalpel that's not rusty.
Seems like it was put here for a reason, huh?
You think it's telling us to cut something?
Yeah, I do. COVID vaccine is going super well in progress, is it? They're having a vaccine prepared? Goddamn. That's great news. What the heck? Oxford vaccine apparently showing T-cell progress. Ooh, I don't know what those words mean, but that sounds great. I assume those are good words. Bunch of surgical tools. T-cells attack the virus. Whoa. You need to subscribe to BBC for COVID updates. Isn't BBC, like, only for here? Oh, shit.
Another medical mannequin? From the looks of it, this one's a chick.
She has a name too.
Lucy. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like Jane.
Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm.
Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts.
Well, we have her torso, I think.
What's this thing? It's got like short legs.
Maybe it's a heater.
There's nothing inside it. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. Oh shit!
Looks like it's locked.
Guess we're gonna need a key for this one.
Junpei, where you going?
That's the door we came through, you silly goose.
The only thing out there is a numbered door.
I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered doors is a one-way deal. So...
You're saying there's no point going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome. Hey, we got them to like agree on something, kind of. It's locked. What does it say on it, though?
We can probably find the key if we just look some more.
Yes, making vaccine progress too, just recently on the Oxford vaccine showed. Okay, so everyone's making progress, but... Yeah, like, it's good that it's not just happening in one place. And I'm glad that we're making progress here too, especially if it's like October, you said? At the earliest, which is when school starts up again, so I can go out and do that. Yeah, like, I just really want things to go back to normal. And not just like go outside and be like, pretend everything's normal and then make it worse. I mean like actual normal.
We can probably find the key if we just look some more. Ah!
Alright, well, let's see.
Oh, this bed doesn't look very comfortable.
That's not the point. Maybe something will happen if we gather all of her body parts. Some kind of device attached to the bed. There's kilograms in the panel. Is this a scale? Oh, right, we gotta get them to weigh exactly the same. He's just lying there. Huh?
Oh, there's some sort of lid on this thing.
Why don't you try opening it?
I can't, there's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either.
What if we scalpel it? And that looks like a lid on the front of it. Oh, jeez. What do I do here?
A table with a scalpel and forceps. They're all rusty though, don't think they'll be real useful.
There's something else we had to get?
There's a pipe going outside.
Oh. I'm like missing one thing. He's just lying there. You want an organ, John? Can I steal your heart? Give me your heart, John. What's your thought, Flint? Can I combine the organ and the chest? I haven't actually tried doing that. No. Oh, I can try cutting the organ though. And I got a key. Oh, I gotta love point and click logics. Oh, and it unlocked. I think you hang your coat here. There's a bunch of hooks. Oh, let's see if, a piece of paper. Oh, what's this? Is this some kind of medical record? Let's look at it. The file screen. Oh! Is that like each of their weights or something? Lucy has a smaller heart. Okay, so we have to get Lucy to 53.2 kilograms.
Ah! What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here?
I'm tired.
Oh, Clover. Oh no. What is this? There's 4 different lights, each one a different color, white, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react to something and then the lights light up?
I found a beaker.
Oh. Oh.
It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Do you think that means something?
Maybe we have to get those lights to light up and it opens this.
Damn, it's not opening. Locked, of course. Blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though.
Damn, it's not opening. It won't even budge. It's got this purple plate on it too. And I find that so funny how they each had to have one of those colors.
The sink. The doctors and nurses probably washed their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here.
Now you can open this. Okay, I've got one, open it. It's locked. It won't even budge.
You think this is the exit?
What's this? The light switch. Oh, it doesn't seem to be working.
I have to put some kind of water or something in there, I think. Ooh, maybe I can open the other door. Oh, nice. Awesome, it unlocked. Oh, shit. There's a note on top of the table. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide question mark, ammonia, ethanol.
What do you think this is a hint for?
Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Blue liquid. Red liquid.
This thing won't open. Is it locked?
You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they've even got a keypad there. How much more obvious can you get?
I can only enter 3 numbers. E's for the enter, C's for clear. I hope this isn't some periodic table shit. Oh, so what was it? Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, other stuff.
Look at the first line. Maybe question mark represents a number.
Well, I got that much.
Hey, Junpei, you think there are any slugs on the ship?
Huh?
Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them.
What's she pointing at? The label states sodium chloride. Salt, huh?
You think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him?
Hey, you say something?
Clover, why?
Huh? Something stinks. It's Seven.
Is it coming from the bottle? It says, what is that? Nitrate? Nitrogen? Hydrogen? Don't remember chemistry at all. That's ammonia. Thank you.
Well, of course it stinks. It's ammonia.
Well, thank you. What's this?
Looks like we could have a spray nozzle.
It says CO2, carbon dioxide. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide.
Hey, Junpei, there's a dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf.
Why didn't you just say water? Oh. Wait. Go over here. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3, carbon dioxide. Is it like the overall stuff? Hold up, let me go back and look at this. I wonder what numbers go after carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. Yeah, we're counting atoms. Because NaCl has 2, and salt was written as 2. Water, H2O is 3. Bottle of ammonia, that's 4.
Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink.
What are you talking about?
I'll talk about that bottle. It says
Oh, jeez.
C2H5OH.
I remember this one specifically, but I don't know what it was. But anyway, this would be 9? No, wait, yeah. Yeah, 9. What is this, though? Ethanol. Ethanol, 9. what was it? Ammonia like 3, 4 or something?
It's also known as ethyl alcohol. That's pretty much what booze is made of.
So, you're gonna drink it?
Nah, I won't. I might say that's what it was on the label, but there could be anything in there.
In other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen and 3 hydrogen atoms.
Okay.
Well, H must be hot, as 0 is probably orphans. So H2O must be 2 hot orphans.
7. Is your head okay? Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf.
How do you know it's iron?
The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right?
Fe's 1. No, it means Fire Emblem, of course. Okay, well, one sec.
Ah, yeah.
Wait, oops. Yeah, do not drink straight up ethanol. That would be very bad. Alright, so it's either 22 or 4. But it says 3 digits, so... I don't think we're just to type that down. They want 3 numbers. What do I do for that? 22? Maybe they only want the 3 I found? Well, that would be... 3, 4, 9? Oh yeah! Oh.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Hey Seven, what's up?
Oh, well...
He looked up at Junpei distractedly and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands. What's that? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Ethylene diamine tartrate.
DDT, it's tartaric ethylene diamine.
What kind of medicine is that?
That's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Like if I know. Still. It looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
What? Junpei looked up from the bottle. Oh shit! You remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. It happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before, but...
Oh shit. Hey, Johannes. A year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals called a hydrate. Once the crystals turned into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals as a hydrate. They were useless. But it didn't end there. Oh, is there some Ice 9 shit? After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near the first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. So what you missed before, Dusty, is in our second run, we hung out with the Santa and June. And there's this moment where June started talking a lot about, like, this chemical called Ice 9 in response to, like, she was talking about, like, this mummy that was in the original Titanic that was, like, preserved somehow by being frozen. And then she started talking about Ice 9 being like, there was this chemical that, what was it, freezes at like 90 degrees, what was it? 90 something degrees Fahrenheit. And it didn't freeze until this one mishap happened, and then after that point, Ice 9 everywhere started freezing at room temperature, pretty much. Even though they didn't, like, recreate that situation, it's just everywhere it started happening from that point onwards. Like, I don't remember it too well, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's crazy shit. After it happened at the first factory, it just spread.
It was like, bad. How do you say it?
You mean like it was infected with a virus or something? Seven shook his head.
No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. It doesn't seem like it could have been a result of the stuff coming in contact with other samples.
Then,
I guess it was some sort of information. Like, crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow.
what information?
How to make a new crystal. Something had to tell the stuff how to do it, right? Like it just whispered to the EDT in the tech. Hey, if you do this, you could take in water molecules. Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway? Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world. You mean like, a god? Or maybe the devil.
Damn. Seven grinned. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
Like I did. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. Information being transmitted invisibly. Did such a thing really happen? Oh, thinking about that crap isn't gonna help me right now. We need to figure out how to get the hell out of here first. He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed off to 7. It's cool, the internet. The interwebs. God is in the Wi-Fi. Or maybe the devil. Ugh. Okay. So we need to turn on the red light. Oh, the blue light, I guess. Oh, shit. No!
Hey, the blue light turned on.
I heard a noise. Sounded like something unlocking.
Those damn 5G towers. Well, fancy that. It's a fake left leg. Who's carrying this shit anyway?
The red light's on now.
Like, heard another noise.
And it's a right leg. Oops.
I get it. Combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one.
Good job, Junpei. Purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked.
Alright, let's see what happened. I don't know shit about 5G, but apparently it's full of viruses. Oh, I thought this was a giant nose. Is the purple locker unlocked? I think it might be unlocked. I don't know, just a feeling. Clover, what do you think?
It's unlocked. I think it unlocked.
Ah, I love Clover. Okay, that's gotta be everything, right? Maybe now we have to be like, oh wait, hang on. How do we open this? Oh, that looks like a lid in front of it. Do we have something for this? What do we use the purple liquid for? Actually, we didn't make white, did we? Drop the heart in. Oh. Let me tell you about the history of locks, though. Oh, that's the white light. Okay. Maybe now I can combine them or something. Oh, maybe I can combine these two. Or not. Oh. So we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. The one we've got must be for Lucy, right?
Yeah.
Seems like it.
Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections?
Nope.
Agreed.
Alright, let's get started. Combine!
Oh. Oh, there's a number on here.
Oh, 51 kilograms. What's this? Is this the weight?
Well, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it's gotta make sense at its weight.
Hey, nothing happened.
That's odd.
Maybe it's the wrong weight?
Wait.
Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number.
How are we gonna do that?
I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's.
Oh.
Let's give it a shot.
Operating instructions. Screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out. Oh shit. All of it. Oh. All of it. Okay.
Hey Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. We better check it out.
Just switch everything.
Hey Junpei, look at the scale.
Huh? The lid on the scale. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart.
Oh, yeah.
Puzzle Pro.
Hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key into the doorknob. Oh, what's up? Where's Clover? Huh? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn it, where the hell did she go? Ugh, okay. Hold on a minute, I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. Clover! He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei would have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm gonna be next.
Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold. Oh, what are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Let's just get out of here. We've got the key, let's use it. That cool with you? Clover nodded almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive. He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped.
I'm sorry.
What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing?
I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it. Really, I mean it.
How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? But something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest, kindest smile he could manage. All right.
Thank you.
The smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch.
Damn. What the hell took you guys so long?
7 looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated.
You playing doctor in there or something?
Maybe.
Jealous?
7 avoided answering the question. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now, is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright?
Huh, fine then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. That is like the weirdest opening so far, I feel. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. Like, if this were a horror game, that would be like, not going through that door. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Alright, let's get going.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited.
Not really. Junpei turned away from 7 and took his first step down the simple white hallway. Damn. My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? Oh. It's probably one of the more somber endings. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. You found it, yay! Until at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither 7 nor Clover.
Jumpy!
He spun around. He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming towards Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa. What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor they were on. Door 7 and Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they found themselves. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't gonna be split up permanently till we find Door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open Door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to wariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. They moved as one for the door. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp Sunrise and understand each team's report. So those 3 doors always lead back here. Yeah. According to the map, so... On the map that we have of, was it C-Deck? Yeah, C-Deck. They all go through the same hallway, from what it looks like. What is that room over there? This is not important. Like, I'm looking at the room between door 8 and 7. But yeah, they all lead to the same hallway, it's just you can't go through any of the doors between them. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for doing all of this stuff and sacrificing myself. There's a key.
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jubilee key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory and the kitchen. Yeah, the Earth key and the Saturn key card. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it. I might lose them. It's probably better if you hold on to them. That way, it won't be my fault if they get lost. Junpei felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. The Saturn key, which Lotus had also just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. Yeah, from what they've said, all of the doors that they can't open, that they're like, this doesn't lead to anything. It's like those doors can't be opened at all. It's like they're boarded off from the inside. Like they're sealed shut. I don't know why they keep giving shit to Junpei, to be honest. June spoke up. Oh,
But Jupiter key leads to this door in this area. Whoa!
we should go into door 3. I wonder what's in there. And they go into door 3 and they're like, oh, these guys were like, while they're in door 3, we should all go check out this place. And a reason we came back here? No idea. I'm dumb, Junpei. I don't know shit. You know, that's a good question. Junpei looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why. Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you? He did. He pulled them out. Never betray looks at our first run. This Junpei would never betray, though. He's too dumb. The Saturn key card. The Earth key card. Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them.
Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck where we are now, there's an elevator. And they had those symbols on them. Whoa! We can open the things for these now. Oh shit!
And then the scene. They can only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. We're not gonna go the lewd route this time. Junpei's too dumb. Oh, actually no, that's a smart option. Heck. I've ruined the dumb route. I'm sorry. The lewd route is a dumb route. I know, I'm a fool. I've ruined this run. Burn it. Restart. That meant, of course, the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving when it opened, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So take a look inside. It's water... There's no water in there, and you know that because it's not waterproof. This is a diagram of what the C deck connects to E deck. Oh look, there's an underground area. Whoa. Oh, we'll probably die. What was the thing before this?
Oh no! Don't be so casual about something like that. Why is this bit different?
Why was that bit? Why did they suddenly stop me from skipping over there? Oh, and then they... Snake is dead! Someone moided him! Who could have moided him? Was it Zero? Is Zero one of us? Is Zero us? Spaghetti!
Snake!
Junpei wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. Zero's one of us. That's... I don't upset Clover anymore. It's possible. Oh, okay, and they're killing each other. Alright. So now we're going... Oh, right! Oh, this decision! Okay, we can change things again. So... Lotus and Seven wanted to go to door 2. Santa and June wants to go through door 6. And... What? Clover and Ace wanted to go through 1. Yeah, so we've already gone to 2, so we don't need to go there again. We've done 6, so let's do 1.
My choice is door 1.
Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Yo! He's calling us out! That didn't happen last time.
Cheating?
I'm asking you if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that?
I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. Why, he's so upset about this. He wanted to hang out with us! I knew it. Santa secretly cares. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the pieces of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers! Whoa! We're not Jum Junpei route! I'd believe Santa. Santa's hella soon. He had prepared 3 pieces of paper for doors 1, 2, and 6 and put the paper with door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one it was. Which one was his. Oh, so door 6 was the original. He didn't switch that one. That's why we never heard this plan in the 6th route. That's nice. I like that. That's cool. So in that one, he technically didn't cheat. He put the paper that said door 1 in his left hand and the paper that read door 2 in his right. When the drawing began, he saw to it that he drew last. The rest was easy. If he wanted to go into door 1, he'd use his left hand, and his right if he wanted door 2. Of course, if he wanted door 6, that would be simple. All he needed to do was switch nothing and say 6 is what he wanted all along.
Damn. Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk. We're back in asshole Junpei route. Goddamn.
Huh. You got lucky.
Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
This is basically the Clover route now. Also, we get to hang out with Ace again. Yay. Although we hung out with him last time as well, so never mind. Get hecked, June. Why June? Our only problem is the two remaining teams.
June and I want door 6. Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people.
Ugh.
But I guess if we're being asshole Junpei. This is asshole Junpei that doesn't want to hang out with June. The other asshole Junpei really cared about June.
Fine. 7. We will go through door 6.
3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. Like, I have to say, putting together like digital routes for this whole thing gotta have been tiring. To take into account for like every option you do.
Oh, sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, Jude?
Oof, June's stuck in that team. June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not. That pig. You just wait and see. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Well, we're out of that group, so sucks to be them. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself. Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much. After all, he knew he would see her again.
Until we find that 9 door, Zero ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works. Works.
Yeah, now we have old man and tiny girl. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed towards A deck. They took out the Earth key and opened the door to the left. It opened and they walked through. It was just as Santa and Lotus had said. At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it. A numbered door. Oh shit, I'm too cool for school. Damn. Yes, you can be Ace. Old man Ace. Who's like, what, is he 40 or 50? Like 50, right? I think so. Yeah, he's 50. And like, Lotus and Seven are like 40-ish. Give or take. He's 41? And then how old are like Lotus and Seven? Don't worry, Flint. We got like 3 people here that have already played it. I think 2. Lotus is mid-30s. Is she? How old is Seven then? 7 is 36. Oh. Huh. Ace isn't as old as I thought, actually. Never mind. Lotus is 31. Oh. Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned towards the scanner panel. We're early 20s, are old folks. Everyone in this game is like above 18 at the least. Clover is the youngest one and she's 18. I think Junpei and June are like a 21? 22 or something? Let us start. And everyone else is just old. Well, not even that old, but they're full adults, I guess. They're both 21. Yeah, okay. They're college students, which is a nice change of pace. From, you know, the high school Danganronpa life. Yeah, I'm into it. I think it's chill. It makes it, like, the interactions definitely feel a lot different. Oh, days, I feel that. That's why I really like webtoons, because it's you get lots of just adult. Oh, Days, you finished Daytime Shooting Star. Read Cheese in the Trap. Please. I highly recommend it. It's so good. It has a complete opposite fluffy feel, though. It's got this kind of realism that makes you go kind of like, whoa. It's real good, though, and you'll like it! Ah! It has a fluffy boy, but he comes much later. The other one's an asshole, but it's great because he gets called out on his shit. It's so good. Yeah. It's not even, it's like barely romance. The whole thing is like this girl, and she's like, she jumps back into college after like taking a year off because of something that happened a year ago, and we're like, what happened a year ago? And then, like, apparently things just got really, like, stressful, so she came back and she was like, time for the colleges again. And then this person who was, like, a huge asshole the year before, and we see, like, little bits of, like, how they acted before, and we're like, what the heck happened? And then suddenly they're really nice. And you get to kind of see the journey about what happened that year before, and her relationship with different people, like, her family. It's, like, very well written for, like, her relationship with different characters. Like, every character is really important. Including her friends, who are great. Her friends are amazing, and I love them, and you should read it. Okay, anyway, back to 999. She leaned towards the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever. He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Shall I pull it? Yeah, anytime. Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head. Zero's face was pretty spoopy. Like the mask and everything. I always got super scared of him because I was a kid. And it was like, this is a spoopy face. But then this whole game was pretty spoopy for me. Especially the music. The music is, like, now I'm into it, but back then I was like, everything is making me stressed out. What's your manga rec? Give it to me. I'm real big on josais. I know. Blue period. I've never heard of that one. Send me a link to it in my Discord, because I'm gonna forget otherwise. Alright, now that I got the recommendation, we continue for realsies. Oh no flag, blue flag. Oh good, I thought you were gonna say Aoharu Ride. Because I hate that one. Poof, poof, dodged it. Alright, now we continue. I'm just cooling my hands. My hands are like so warm. It's so uncomfortable. My god. I just want this heat wave to be over. It's gonna be over tomorrow too. It's just like these 2 days for some reason. It's spiked up for Friday and Saturday for some reason. Out of nowhere. It's been like pretty good weather so far, and then suddenly, ooh, you want that 30 degrees? Oh. Anything happen? Not yet. We hung out with Clover again, and she told us different stuff. I don't think she had that conversation with us in Lotus's route, did she? Where she was like, my brother's dead and now I'm gonna be next. Because we didn't have like such a, like, you know, somber ending to the puzzle. Let me look at this. Ooh! I like that art. Okay, now we continue for realsies. It's true, she did have more opportunity. Like, I think her and Seven were much more hostile with each other than her and Lotus. Because Lotus was annoyed with her, but she kind of just went, I can't deal with this, I'm just gonna go. I can't deal with the children. But also probably because she is a mother, she probably understands more. So she's just like, I'm just gonna leave this. While the 7 was like, you wanna fight, kid? I'm gonna beat you up, child. Very well then, let's go. Hopefully it'll be easier with Ace. 3, 2, 1. The door opened. They stumbled into the room. Oh! Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died. There it is! Over there! Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it. Oh, that's gotta be so stressful. Like, what if that's like a fake dead or something that Zero just put there for the haha lols? It stopped. Yes, it did. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast. It was the 3rd time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly. There was another door, different from the one they'd entered through. He took hold of the knob and easily, gently, pulled it open.
Oh shit! We're at the deck! Or the captain, the front, whatever the term is.
So this is a wheelhouse. He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
The bow! Probably.
Very well. Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something.
Okay, I will.
Bow. Sorry. I keep... When I see B-O-W, I just think bow. Alright then. Let's get started.
Seek a way out!
What's my favorite game ever of all time? Gee, I don't know. That's a really difficult question. If I had to say, like, of all time, the one I have the most fondest memories of, then... Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Probably. A light. Looks kind of like a wilted flower. Stack of nautical charts. Yay! That's great for me. I think this is a nautical chart. There's this line on it here. I think the line is the route the ship is supposed to take.
Now these dots all over the map.
Oh, those are probably ports, like, for a boat to stop at. It looks like lines. Connect the dots. You'll accept it? Well, I can't think of, like, a favorite game. It's just... I don't know. That's the one that I have really clear memories of loving, and I saw, like, someone do a playthrough of it recently. And everything I liked about it, I still liked about it. So, I don't know. I feel like that's, like, a good reason for making it my favorite. Did it make you cry? Oh, yes, it made me cry. I cried so much playing that one. That one ripped my heart out and threw it in the dustbin and then burnt it. Like, every time I hear that song, I'm like... like, instantly. It's like Pavlovian almost in how it just triggers it.
There's a pocket watch.
She sure hasn't been saying much. And she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. You played the first tone and immediately teared up. I was like, I remember learning the piece on the piano too. I like really loved it so much, and it's like... That was the first time I ever tried to like transcribe something myself. It was hard. I did a terrible job at it, but if that's not an indication about how much I love that game... Oh man, oh geez, I guess like the equivalent of that now recently would be Fata Morgana. Because I learned art just because of that game. Just to convey it in some way. Like, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, definitely of all time. Fata Morgana of recent times. What's up, Double Days? Don't ever forget. Why would you say this? I'll never forget. Don't do this to me. I'm trying to play 999 here. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch. Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. This is too sad for Sad Saturday. This is supposed to be Story Saturday. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch. Hey man, what are you doing over in this room? Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yeah, there is.
Why would there be a problem? Not a problem, but... Not a problem, but... Junpei looked desperately around the room, anywhere but at Ace, trying to find a convincing reason to dismiss him. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see, of course. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. No, Dad, wait! Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Jet Grind Radio? Is that like related to Jet Set Radio? Because I've been listening to a bunch of that recently. For no reason you could fathom, Junpei's head began to hurt. A sharp, piercing pain. Sharp pain in his head. What? How much time passed? He wasn't sure. He didn't notice when Ace strode through the door. His smile was more of a smirk, and he had the air of a man who knew more than his opponent. Ah, yes. There was something I wanted to check, if you don't mind. Yeah, what's that? Yeah, we're getting, like, memory shit? Pardon me. With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Yo! Hey! What the hell are you doing? Oh no, he's gonna see our cheat sheet! He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Just as I thought. No! He has a brain! You switched them, didn't you? He's gonna be disappointed. When we voted. Ah, well. I can't say that I care. He's not angry. 99 Dad caught us. Me. I managed to get through the number door I wanted, despite your mischief. When? Why did you? Oh, simply curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it. Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. And we continue. The shelves were lined with books. Let's see what's in the blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh. Ship's log, huh? New material! What? Search. Ship's log in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and are now heading due north. Soon we will dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. United Kingdom, homeland of this vessel. Is that where the Titanic and other ones came from? Or was that from America? It's a UK ship? Ah, interesting. What are my thoughts on a full Witcher 3 playthrough? I've started that game like 3 times. And every time, I never get too far because I get so distracted by stuff in the game. It's so long, and you know how bad I am with, like, finishing games, let alone that game. I might do it, like, on the one-off, just like, I got over here, I'm gonna stream this bit, maybe. But I'm not gonna stream the entire thing, I don't think. That would be... Oof. When am I gonna finish post-Stormblight? I'm doing it! I'm getting there! So many, there's so many. Oh, one sec, I'm cooling off again. I have to do this every like 2 minutes now because it's gotten even hotter, I feel. I'm trying, Days! I finished like 1 patch. Oh my. Oh, jeez. Okay. So... southwest. Let me write this down over here. Southwest. Southwest. Northwest. Ported. East. North. I feel like this might be important for one of the puzzles. And then United Kingdom. That says west, not est. Don't worry about it. I'll get there soon. Trademark. It's a wooden box. Maybe a case for letters. Hey Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Clover. It's a light. I guess she doesn't really feel like talking. 1 drink. She's not really paying attention to anything, is she? Her mind must be somewhere else. Clover. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside them. That is annoying. A compass. It appears to be broken, however. You see, the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. Okay, then. A desk. Anything in the drawers? Nope. What's this? Some kind of display? It looks a little like an electronic scoreboard. I imagine it was added recently. Oh! Looks like this is some kind of sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Huh? This shape. Maybe. Does look like the pocket watch would fit there. Nothing. I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. God damn it. A mechanical pocket watch with a spring. It doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes and 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Turning the knob does nothing. It's probably broken. It looks as though you can move the hands, however. Is Clover with us? No, Clover's in the other room. Nothing keeping it in place. What would be the point of moving it? The ship is stopped. What would be the use of steering it? Yeah, I know, but still. Just wants to pretend to be a captain. Like, it'll be very useful. Another room on the other side of the window. Can we go in the room, or... Oh? An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car? Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on. Huh. There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. It looks as though it was deliberately removed. Curious. Wooden boards with a circular hole in it. This room is just like the other one. Metal plates bolted over the windows. Heck, not just bolted, it looks like they've been welded on. No way in hell are we gonna get those off anytime soon. He said heck. Ah, a human hammer. They're often used to subdue large men like Seven. He made a goof! What? That was a joke, of course. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Ace, you really kind of suck at making jokes. He can't help it, he's a dad! No! Juby, how could you? That was rather cruel. No. He was so proud. A compass. And what destiny does it point us to? I really hope you don't think that sounded cool. No! This is the worst route. Let's see if it... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So it would seem. This is a dummy evil Junpei route. Yeah, he's too dumb for this humor. He doesn't get it. I noticed something else as well. Oh, what's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. Oh. What do you mean? The ship. It's moving. Ha! Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Let's try turning it again. Oh, shit. Oh, what was the thing? Let me... Hold up. Did I post this? So first south. Dude, was that it? Okay, and then west. Then southwest.
Ah, shit! I've ruined it! Shit! Ah!
Back.
Steering wheel. I know, Junpei. Please, give me some credit here.
West, then southwest. Then northwest. Way. Then west. Then north. Yeah? Nothing is happening. Junpei, this is almost certainly one of Zero's puzzles. There must be a clue here somewhere that will help us solve it. Have you found anything yet? Perhaps something with the points of the compass on it.
I know, but it didn't work.
Try that again. South. Report you need to do a 180. You think? Well, it can't hurt to try, so. West, southwest, northwest. Port would be southeast, all the way up here. Oh shit, that's, shit, restart. Why isn't anything happening? Junpei, you aren't hiding anything, are you? Have you already found something with directions on it? Something with directions? Does he mean something with a compass points on it? If that is what he means, maybe it would show the order I'm supposed to enter this stuff in. Shut up, Junpei! That's some big brain logic, Vivi. I would not know that. Junpei's mocking me. Okay. West. Southwest. Northwest. West. And north. Yeah? Still no response. Well, I got this paper with some directions written on it. I think I'm supposed to move the wheel in the same order. This? The nautical charts. Several points on the map connected by a line, yes? There seems to be several maps there. They're clipped together on one side. Okay. South, then west, then southwest. It was east? Oh shit! That whole time, it was east. That's why. I just assumed it was west. I know I said I would remember, but I just saw what I wrote down and it looked like it was est. So it was like, oh, I probably forgot the W in the beginning. But no, I forgot the A in the middle. Don't worry about it. Don't judge me, Dave. Stop judging me. We figured it out in the end, all right? Hey, look, it worked. What the? Handle came off. Oh shit, one sec, someone's at the door. Alright, I'm back. Y'all just judging me over here. I can't believe this. My university major isn't in ships and east and western shit, okay? So, like, whatever. But it's not an art degree. It requires me to read? You don't know that. You don't know if I can read or not. I just listen to people. But I can tell y'all about prosophic notes. Psych, can't read. Haha. You do have to read a lot. This is true. You have to read so many reports, but reading reports doesn't mean I know compass terms, alright? So anyway, let's continue this game and stop making fun of me. I prefer that course of action. Alright, let's go. Stooping so low are you, sir? Shut up! See, the thing is, that could be east or west. And when you look at est, and you're like, that's a thing from the compass. What do you think? Do you think, oh, they forgot to put the A in the middle of it, or, oh, they forgot to put the W in the beginning of it? Which one makes more sense? Eastern Standard? That's not what you think about! Y'all judgy. Just want y'all to know. Y'all judgy. So... I sure hope this handle fits. Listen, we're doing the dumb Junpei route, so all of this fits. Excellent! Look how proud he is of us. Excellent. That should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Oh no, I don't know. Oh, full speed ahead. What? Dead slow. Stop. Slow. What is... I don't think I know the shit for this. I have no idea what speed I'm supposed to set this to. This must be another one of Zero's puzzles. Man, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Junpei, take a look at this. Look at the door at the chart room. There's something above it.
Dad gave me a hint.
Oh.
Oh! Well, hey. Something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board.
There's only stuff displayed on the left side. What the hell is this? It's the name of the ports in the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport. Departing XX, carrier XX, flight XX at XXOO. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. There's only one line that shows the arrival time. Ah, the time on the bottom, right? 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time. 7 o'clock. And our clock thingy is set to what, 15 past 10? Or 5 past 10 or something? Let's see how Clover is doing. What's up, girl? None of these look very useful. Yeah, 47 seconds, 25 minutes past 7, I think. A map. It's got the Atlantic Ocean in the middle.
Hey, Junpei, what do you think these red things are?
Probably destinations. Yeah, they look like pins.
What do you think they're for?
Who knows?
What do you mean, who knows? Come on, be serious!
I am. Oh. Yeah, I would say major ports or something. We have a map. Can we stick it on? Let's see. There's one in North America, one in England and France, one in Africa, 2 over there. Is that island next to it? Is that Madagascar or something? I don't know places in the world. I failed at geography, so. One in Australia, one in Japan, I want to say, or something. What do these red pins mean? The nautical charts I picked up early have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something. Let's see. What do you know? Looks like one's a match to the pins. Alright, we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines. Yeah, you say things you consent. I'd say I'm worried about sounding dumb, but like at this point, does it really matter? I should just say what my heart wants me to say and not be consent. Yeah, it seems like it's those places. New material has been added to the file screen. Ugh. Okay, what's this shit? Oh! Okay, starting from Japan to Australia to Madagascar to South Africa to America to Paris? Spain? To UK. I don't know if I need to know the directions. I think it's just like you start at full, then half, then slow, then full. I don't know if that means stop, but no, I guess they would say stop. Alright. Thanks for giving me those notes. I'll just go input them now. Bye-bye. Where is this? Here.
Let's do this.
Okay. So,
Full speed ahead. Oh shit, now we gotta slow down a little bit. And now slow down even more. And now go back up to... Oh shit. That was to full, not half. Wait, stop. Redo.
Ah! It's fine. We didn't mistype anything at least.
Full speed ahead. Half speed ahead. Slow down. Full speed again. Half again. Dead.
And now we stop.
Huh? That's weird. I thought I put it in the right speed. Did I mess it up?
No, I don't think so. The same thing happened earlier, remember? There's been a change to the arrival board.
Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out.
Do we have to get the arrival to say the same as the stopwatch or something? Oh! Junpei, take a look. The display panel looks different.
Yeah, you're right. Only the left half is on, though.
The last line, it says the estimated arrival time at the destination is 10 seconds past 3 o'clock.
Huh. I wonder why they have seconds in there. Seems a little too specific. There's gotta be a reason for that.
Oh, perhaps. Whoa, what's he doing? Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, you took my pocket watch! Dad!
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Just trust me. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands.
10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time.
Ace nodded slowly.
You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot.
Dad's solving puzzles for us. He's like, I know you can do this, but what if I just helped you a little bit? Not even backseating, just straight up doing it for... It's like, it reminds me when I asked my dad to help me with Meccano. I've told you this before. And then he straight up just did it for me. Dad, that's not what I meant. I wanted to try at least. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Actually, it's shaped just like this pocket watch I've got.
Let's try putting this in there.
Yeah, it says open now. Good work. It seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover.
What?
Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room.
Oh. Well, let's go then.
Clover?
Hmm.
Successful. I hate these door openings. Like, I'm fine with the ones that open both ways, but the small ones, I don't know, they get me somehow. Shall we do a tea break? You found it. I did find it. It took a little bit of, sorting it out, but don't worry. What? What? No tea break? I can't believe this. No one's ever said no before to a tea break. In 30 seconds. Oh, right. 3 hours, 3 persons, 3 doors. Gotta wait 20 more seconds. Wait, 1 sec. Just there. 10 more seconds. Just with me in the silence. Aw, yeah. And it's, oh shit, there's some big boy Tita. Oh no. How many points do you have, Evie? Let's put some chill. We're doing a tea break music. Here we go. Burr, 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 burr. I was actually here before that song, but I wanted it to play out because I really like that one. Hello, hello. I have cooled down immensely. Just going downstairs, like, cools me down because I have everything open over there. Upstairs is so stuffy. Which makes sense because heat travels up. But I have a cup full of... I have, like... Thinking about it, I have two very opposing, cups next to me. One of them is on, like, the right side of my desk, and it's a cold, ice-full glass of water. And on the left is a hot thermos of tea. And it's like, they're on opposing sides of the desk, just sitting there, generating whatever cold or hot. Oh, I'm drinking a shit ton. Don't worry, Vivi. I've taken so many sips in this whole time. What's that? I just gotta send a recipe to someone. Go get some water days. Don't let that heat get to you, especially since you have like the same temperature as me. One secchi. Get some ice. Oh, I have one cone of ice cream left that I haven't eaten in forever. I want something cold, but I don't want ice cream. You know what would be great? I really want some frozen yogurt. I've never checked if my grocery store has ever sold frozen yogurt. I don't know if that's like a popular thing in stores. Because usually there's like particular stores that have it. It's 31. Oh, oof. Days. That's way worse. I'm sorry. That's awful. One sec. Almost done. Almost done. $36? How are you not dying? You should be dead on the floor right now. I'm glad you're not, but still. A warm summer. Shut up, DGen. Y'all are crazy. Anyone that thinks that is a normal warm summer day, no. A warm summer day would be like 20. Oh man, that just made me feel hot. Just talking about that made me feel hot. Alright, let's continue. When you get to 40... Ugh! I've had to deal with 40 once. And even then, it was only for like the briefest of times. But I was in AC the whole time. So I never had to actually deal with it. Whew, I don't want to think about this any longer. Let's continue. Did you know that at 40 degrees Celsius, your cells begin to... That's not true. When do your cells begin to die? When did they say? Like... At like 100 and something Fahrenheit? 37. 37 degrees. Oof. Yeah, 40 would just kill you. The space they had found themselves outside of the wheelhouse was far too narrow to be called a hallway. On the left was a wooden door. Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond. It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment. Most of them were things they'd never seen before. They had no idea what they might have been for, let alone how to operate them. One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it. Ah, yes, old people room. Good thing we have Ace here.
Ah, yes, a telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly took in the room.
This must be the communication office.
Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door. A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, "Captain's quarters."
The captain quarters.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
I am Zero, captain of this ship. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. First thing they saw was a man on the floor covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up, his mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist. This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control. Whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination he could not hope to match. A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid. Then he realized they had yet to check the man's pulse. Perhaps he was still alive. Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. His fingers on the man's neck felt no pulse. His pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing. Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest. Junpei did not have to wonder long what could have made such a wound. Oh, jeez! Lying next to the corpse was an axe. Spelled without an E. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. We have, so far, the death count thingies that we have are stabbies with a knife, blowing uppies with the bomb in the bodies, and now axes with the axe. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood. Captain. Did that mean that this man was Zero? On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0. It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it a joke. Anyway, it's time to go look around the room. Oh, I'm the guy from the previous group. That's true.
Oh, shit!
The other team has seen that one then. Let's go look around.
It's a lamp. But it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it.
Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up?
Why does it sound like that? Is it broken?
Pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird.
I don't think those are pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you?
Nothing to see here. What the heck?
A camcorder.
Looks like it's pointed at the door.
Well, the power's on.
How would someone want to videotape a door? So this is the exit, huh? Don't even really have to try this door to know that it's locked. I knew it. Oh well, oh.
There's blood on this chair. Do you think that was the dead guys?
Yeah, probably. Oh shit! Cameras! The screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. This one shows a central staircase on C deck. This one shows a big hospital room. This is just some random hallway on this one. I don't recognize the room in this one. Room in this screen is really fancy. That's the one that we did on the first route! Wait, no it's not. Because he would have commented because we went into this room this time. The screen showing what happened at the central staircase on B deck. Alright. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens.
You know how to work this thing?
Why don't we just press one of these, like this one? Oh! Guess it does change the... What the hell is this? Huh. Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out 0. Junpei felt as though he was being mocked. The real villain was somewhere laughing at him. What do you think? He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Her voice was almost too low to hear.
Nothing.
It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured towards the corpse. What about him? Do you think that's really 0? Clover shook her head weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? 0's one of us.
Yeah, right.
No, it's important to figure out who this guy is, but don't you think we should figure out how to get out of here first?
But...
Please. I don't want to waste any more time.
Clover looked miserable, as if she could start crying at any moment. Junpei just didn't have the heart to tell her no. Alright, sure thing. Was his mind playing tricks on him, Junpei wondered. For a moment, he could have sworn he'd seen Clover smile. I think this was probably used to be a door. Nobody's going through it as long as there's metal plates here, though.
Well, even without the metal plate, the desk's in the way.
Why give them the misdirect anyway if it's so clear it's not 0?
I wonder.
Isn't this the door on the screen, the one right behind us?
You're right.
So, whatever that camera sees is sent to this screen in real time.
I wonder if that means something, you know?
Huh. Hey, Phoenix. There's nothing on this monitor. It's static. This is one of those things that switches what's on the screen. And nothing. It's like it doesn't work anymore. Oh, shit. What's the deal with... Oh! Wait, no, never mind. Is it some kind of code? There's 4 rows of numbers and letters. I thought for a second this was like... statistics. And I was like, finally, I can use my own information. But no, that's not. They'll start with a 0 and end with an 8, F, N, or V, respectively. Maybe this is something to do with number bases.
A bed! There's nothing in it.
You thought hexadecimals was bad? Are we 100% that's not 0? Well, no, we're not. Junpei seems sure it's not, but Junpei isn't the smartest character, so... sometimes he can be smart. A, B, C, D, E, F, E, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V. Well, it could be, think of it this way, it could be like an and then there were none situation, where the killer kills themselves and makes it look like they were killed by someone. Spoilers for that, by the way. Then sets up everything to automatically just work out. Although I guess not necessarily in that order. It's a great book, by the way. You should read it. The one, it's, I think, my favorite Agatha Christie book. Base 32. In base 40? What? I'm already scared. Oh shit, that's another room. Okay. What's this? Oh, this must be for the music box, probably. Combine! Alright, this screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. Aw, yeah. Cylinder. Nothing on the table anymore. Ink. These look like little faces. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. Old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. It's a telegraph key, a machine for transmitting Morse code. Oh, that is what that looks like. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmit anything outside of the ship. Huh. Hey Ace, look! It's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? We let you joke around. Well, actually, we don't let you. He's still salty that we messed with his goose.
Hey, Ace. Oh. It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion?
It's a normal light. I won't turn on, so maybe it's not that normal. He's so upset. Like, uh-huh. Hey, what's this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. He's getting revenge. Exactly. You know what? Fair enough.
Let's write.
There's a clock. A clock mounted on the wall. The hands aren't moving. Little surprise that the time is wrong then, I suppose. There's nothing on the back. A hook. But that wasn't a joke. I know, man. Poor Ace, he's like on edge about this shit. A chair. Thank you, Ace. Anything else over here? Telegraph key. He says you use it to send messages in Morse code.
Hey, Ace, look! There's a big-ass rat trap over here. I told you, that's a telegraph key. It was a device that transmits messages through Morse code.
Oh.
Junpei, what are you doing? We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it would be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you?
I'm on it. Alright, what the shit am I doing here? Sure, there's nothing inside. We checked already. Might be a record speed for me not knowing what to do. This sure is creeping me out too, Junpei. Let's combine everything. What? I guess I'll put ink on the cylinder? Question mark? All right. Sure. I guess I'll roll the cylinder on the paper. All right. Sure. Ugh. I'm back. If I'm right, the ink should. I don't remember. Nothing they did in National Treasure made sense. Need to rewatch National Treasure. Okay, so do 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 do. But which way round is it? Ah! It is a treasure to watch. Don't mind me. Definitely not snabbing. Definitely not mind palacing this shit. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm thinking real hard about it. Alright, I've got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. Alright, let's give this a shot. Oh, they... Okay, cool. It's the last one, and... yeah.
Excellent work, Junpei. Good job.
I wonder what that meant.
You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer.
Thanks, Ace.
I'm sure it says something meaningful. There's no way they would have just put random stuff over there. Red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up. Cover read, Alice. Or all ice, because ice 9 and everything is ice now. Was it supposed to say all ice? There wasn't a space between the L and the I. Were they trying to say that all ice was a single word? Or is it all lice? Which is it? It was an interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind quickly as he opened the file. What lay inside was far more interesting and far more confusing. Oh shit. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols. What the hell is this? He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him. They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt? That's right. Can you read them? Of course. I can't. I would have been very impressed. What would make you think I could? I don't know. Everyone in this game seems to have, like, weird random trivia and stuff that is out there, so I thought maybe you would. Also, you're old. What the hell? Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them. Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file, and something fell out. He bent down and picked it up. Oh, ooh! The Jupiter. Wait, no. Neptune? Jupiter? Mars? Mars, right? The dick key card. Yes, let's just go with that. Mine of Saturn and Mercury. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol. Ah, Uranus. That's the Uranus symbol. Junpei snickered a little and looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well. On the lower right, it read, Bottom Deck Library. Was the bottom deck a library? Well, it said bottom deck library, so it's the card to Uranus. Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. We're all very mature here. At that moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket, where it could be amongst its kind. A key with a leather case. It isn't metal. My guess would be ceramic. Junpei, have you found a keyhole that might fit? I'll get back to you on that. Oh shit. Yeah. Do I know a place where it can fit? Did it say what the Morse? It didn't say what the Morse code was. We could check real quick. Morse code. translator. Alright, I didn't translate that correctly. Another Morse code translator, please. Oh, it shows the words over here. Wait. They're numbers. Eight, 5. Doesn't make any sense actually. Yeah, I'll just show y'all this. It is in the Discord. Oops. It's in the Discord. Did I examine it? I don't think I did. No, they're not really telling me anything about it. Yeah, they would. I'm just like curious if it might be like a secret message. Yeah, I thought Ace would be like, hey, battery says a cable running from them to the monitor. Like whatever the camera sees goes up on the screen behind us. And my hand here goes up in the middle of the top screen back there.
You got a short lifeline, Junpei.
Hey, mind your own business. Thanks, Clover. Control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole. Oh. Well, hey.
Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen.
There's 8 of them. That probably means we've got to put 8 digits.
Think you can figure it out?
8 digits, huh? Oh, jeez. Done. Heck, can't believe that wasn't the solution. What's the passcode? I'm pretty sure I've searched every part of the room by now. Plaque on the door, but it doesn't say anything. Well, I wonder why the screen just shows the exit. I mean, it's just a door.
I know, right? The 4 on the bottom just says 0.
The exit?
And there's 4 letters.
Maybe. 0. Okay, I'm gonna try and figure this out. Eight digits and pens. Four over here. Digits. 0. Oh, there we go. A new roll system chart found in the captain's quarter. 10 in base 10 is written as in hexadecimal. Therefore, 11 is B, 12 is C, 13 is D, 14 is E. I need some brain drinks. I need some help me think juices. So base 8, base 16, base 36, and base 40. Maybe I just...
Well,
asking for Morse code was Z. Find out what Z is. There... maybe. Z isn't written on here, so we'd have to figure that out ourselves. Hey, D-Gen. How did you come up with the base 16, base 36, all of that stuff? Oh, the number of digits? Count 0, just add 1 to each. Wouldn't it be 8, 16, 24, and then... $32? $32.40. Ah, my head. God damn it. Why can't it just be that simple? Something 0. So 0 is important here. What does that mean? Yeah, where are you getting those numbers from? Wrong again.
Hey, Junpei, didn't you find a list of numbers and letters? Don't you think that might be a clue? You say this to Clover, but...
Okay, let's look at this one more time. Maybe if I just count all of these. Like we have 9, 16, 24, 32. Heck. Why isn't this working?
Hey, Junpei, look at the letters on the monitor. Don't you think that's weird? You think maybe the letters in the list have something to do with each other?
Z, E, Rho. Like... maybe makes up those two? Z-E-R-O? I don't know. How would they do 4 bunches of this though? Maybe the hardest puzzle we've come across so far. Okay, I need to flip my way of thinking. There's got to be another way around this. You went into your mind palace? Uh-huh. Wait, let me think about this a little bit more. Semi-moon logic-y? Okay, give me a little hint. Give me a little hint. Give me a good hint. Oh shit, everyone's gone into the moon palace. Pad. 4 sets of things. I wonder what else in the room consists of 4 things. Zero. That's what I was trying to do before, but I don't know how to get Z and everything. Because we have every other letter, I think. I don't have Z. Maybe there's another way to go about it then. Let's look at this again. Maybe 0. Like the... Wait. How many letters are in the alphabet? Like 26 or something? Yeah, 26. Okay. $27, not 26. Ugh, I was doing mental math. Yay! It worked.
Good job, Junpei.
Excellent. You seem to have unlocked it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. Thanks for the help, guys, by the way. That was definitely not me being sarcastic. They stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left, like a great backwards L. Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightway. He ran, and ran, and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. He made straight for it. He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. What was a piece of paper doing in the middle of the hallway? Junpei skidded to a halt. He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor. Now that he had a chance to examine it more closely, it was clear it was a map. More specifically, a map of the ship's interior for the A deck. What's wrong? Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei. Junpei said nothing, simply showed Ace what he had found. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded. I see. With that, he began running again, past Junpei. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace. But something stopped him. Hey, where's Clover? He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what the hell is she up to? Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, a hand on the doorknob. As Junpei watched, she closed it, gently and quietly. It's because he ran ahead of her. Junpei, what the heck? Like, even Ace had trouble catching up. What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket as if trying to hide something. What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? It's... I wonder.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
With that, Clover ran, straight past the somewhat confused Junpei. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back. Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick. Hey, Clover, what the hell's that thing in your back? She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran off after Clover. Yeah, glad she didn't grab the axe. Wait a minute. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing. Junpei looked around, but Ace was nowhere to be seen. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down. There he was. And not just Ace. Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Junpei! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. Oh, they must have found the 9th door. What's up? Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found none!
What?
Oh, come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Okay, let's go. Seven turned and jogged down the stairs. The rest followed.
We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins. He could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. There was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. There were 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even in the best case scenario, there'd be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over at the clock. The hands indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up. Hey, Junpei, June, what the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up! Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy.
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while until... They had just reached C deck when Clover spoke.
Hey, what about door 2?
Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. Seven spoke. What about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean.
So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors.
What's the point? What's the point in going in door 9? We can't all go through it, can we? Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first, you know? Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. I don't know what might be in there. We might not find anything. And don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys?
Yeah, you do have a point. The others nodded in agreement. Last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look.
You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2.
She does have a point, because they're gonna go there and then they're gonna have an ace situation again, except this time they know they're gonna get left behind for realsies. Also, we are doing the idiot run, so. Also, we do know that behind door 2, you get a key to go to the submarine. So technically, there is another way out. They were back in front of the elevator, and nearby was a large hospital room. The elevator could take them down to door 2. After a few minutes of discussion, they decided that Clover, Santa, June, and 7 would go. 4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 equals 20. 2 plus 0 equals 2.
Alright, let's get going. I'll see you later.
Okay, be careful.
One sec, I gotta pee.
We're getting to the ending, I think. So... Everyone take a pee break. Get some water and shit, I don't know. Okay, I'm back. Y'all ready for this shit? Y'all ready for some crazy shit? Also, yeah, what the heck? Why didn't Junpei tell anyone that she has an axe? I know time is of the essence, but still. He never followed up. I guess he got distracted, but still. Kind of like if someone just like took the... Where was the knife actually? Should have at least told June, yeah. Especially since she's going with Clover. Kitchen? Was there a knife in the kitchen? I guess we did use it to cut the meat, didn't we? He must have just left it there. Yeah, look at that. Oh, wow, a painting! Completely forgot. Junpei dumbass route, so, you know. They climbed into the elevator and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. Old people team. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke. Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me? Go with you? I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I am a mother. Would that be a problem for you? Oh my! That wasn't what I meant to... Oh my. I was hoping you would come with me. Ha ha ha. Seriously though, I was kidding. So where was it you wanted to take me? There's something I wanted to show you. Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough? No, you ruin all of my jokes. Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you. He doesn't trust us anymore. Can't believe. Really? Of course. Ace's smile was friendly. Fine. Ugh. Do whatever you want. Ugh. Thank you. Are you coming, Lotus? I'm still worried. Fine. It doesn't look like they are going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go see whatever it is you think is so important. Thank you. Well then, shall we go? Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Junpei wasn't sure how long they'd been gone when the elevator suddenly opened. A single person stood there. Clover. She looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposefully stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her. Where's everyone else? What happened? She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Junpei.
Where are Ace and Lotus?
Junpei explained what had happened.
Oh. Then they went over there?
Her voice was small and timid. Yeah, I think so. He repeated his earlier question. So, where are June and Santa and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
There was something wrong with her smile. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Here, let me show you.
Clover pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it onto the floor at Junpei's feet. I don't like that sound. He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings. Bracelets. Oh my god. Holy shit. Junpei collapsed. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real. Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest. His hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat there on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their faces. 3, 7, and 6. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. Escape from the ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once a bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. But why? Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold.
Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's why I killed them.
2 plus 3 plus 7, 12. 1 plus 2, 3. But why? Why did you kill June?
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too.
No. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream. It couldn't be real. It just couldn't.
Hey, Junpei.
He felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. The smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human.
Let's go.
Her hand reached out towards him.
Let's get out of here. Let's leave the ship.
What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door.
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this.
Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0. You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
This is... See? You get it now. If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open the 9 with just the 2 of us.
4 + 5 + 0 = 9.
See? So let's go. Come on! Hurry up!
She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon. But there was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love.
Junpei?
Her voice was soft. Oh, of course. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep, so deep. Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack, and his heart began to melt.
Junpei?
The hand she was offering him, it looked so soft, so inviting. Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers. Oof. Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, then screamed some more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movement slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothing, he saw Clover.
Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, Kay?
Her mind was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Welp! I love this dead end song. TBH. I can't believe this was y'all's first ending. I am so shocked. This was my third ending because, again, it was the I don't think I went with Clover the third time ever. Like, I think I went with 9 the second time as well. No, I went with 9 the first time, and then I went into the second door the second time. Yeah, it's like if you start with this route, how do you ever trust Clover? This completely changes how you see Clover. Like, goddamn. Clover was always this chill person in the other routes I did. And then in this one, you're like, holy shit. Man. We did not take much time to get there. Probably because we skipped the second puzzle, technically. Like, we raced through that one, whereas with, like, the other ones, we kind of just went through those as well. Alright, well, that is the axe ending. As it should say over here. Gets boss as you do the routes. That's true. Yeah, so we're missing 3 endings. I don't remember what they are. I want to continue. I want to keep going. Oh, but I shouldn't. But I want to. Oh shit. Ah! You can post them in Discord. No, don't do that. Don't spoily me because I think I got every ending but one of them, and that was like the last one, I think. Oh shit. Let's just pause. Do some breaky music. Should we just continue? I mean, right? Like, okay, so we can continue for a little bit, and then like tomorrow we can do a little bit more, and then we can do the raid tomorrow. How's that? Yeah? I want to keep going. I don't want to end it there. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Yeah, we did this in 4 hours instead. Well, like, we did the entire beginning section in, like, an hour. Like, we did 3 puzzles in about an hour. So if we speed through that, and... Did we have the solutions? Do I want guidance on a new ending? Sure. I know there's, like, a special one that you have to do before you get the other one, but there's like 3 endings left. Give me like, can you tell me like the way to get to the not important one, but important one? You can skip one. I don't want to skip one though. Ending 4 is the not real one. Ending 4, huh? Alright, yeah, let's do the skippable one then. Isn't the, wait, the optional one the second one? I thought 4 was important. Yeah, 4 is important. We should say 4 for next time, I think. Let's do the second one. The second one is the optional one, from what I remember. Okay, let's just stop. So we can speed through already. Actually, I'm just gonna grab some food. I'm gonna grab a little snacky because I'm getting a little hungry and I can eat while we speed through. Ugh. Okay, mini break. I'm excited to continue actually. Oh, oops. Pause. Go grab some stuff. Go get your things. Brr, brr, brr. Yo, you ready to continue this shit? I'm so excited. Oops. One sec, all of my stuff is tangled, don't worry. Okay, I'm so excited. Do I want to have a cookout with y'all? Sure, absolutely. If y'all have recipes that you can recommend, I would be super down. We could all like cook the same thing, that would be super fun. Like, I'm eating this thing that someone in Discord recommended. And it's so good. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's continue. Yo. Okay, what is the first choice we have to make here? Oops. I'm gonna use this as an excuse to make stuff you like. What if we all just recommend our favorite dishes to each other to make? I will recommend how to make ginger beef, because it's the only thing I know how to make that I came up with myself. Kind of. Yeah, we're doing the coffin one. Wingu. I don't actually remember this one too well. I might have not done it, actually. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get there. Alright. Let's get this stuff quickly. Got the key. Oh shit, memories. You recommend Momo because it's easy to wake? Oh, Momos. I've never heard of that, so sure. Anything easy to make is also great, because I can mess things up very easily. You would be surprised by how much I'd mess something up in cooking. Let me just look at this real quick. Solution. Wait. 999. Fast. Puzzle code. Here we go. Okay. No dice. It's locked tight. Gee. Two, 6, 3. The redacted ending, yeah. Make sure you aren't picking the pokey ending, because that one should be saved for next time, for surezies. We should not be doing that one now. Yes, the Pokemon ending. I'm not saying... I don't want to accidentally say something that might spoil it too much, because some of these ending names can be a little bit spoilery. A little bit. I'm not revealing the name. But the Pokemon ending, basically. Okay, this one is 7485. It is nice going through this now being like, wow, Clover is insane. I'm probably killed. Oh shit. Yeah, spoiler tag it and put it in Discord. And I'll see if we're going for the right one. I'm big scared of Clover. Yeah, you should be. Yeah, you should be. That girl is insane. That's why I'm like, when people compared me to her, I was like, wait a minute. I like her. I like her design. She has a very cute personality in general, but she's insane. She's scary. She scared me. I was terrified of her after the axe. And this was even after getting to know her a little bit after the other endings. Yeah, Fluffy Twin Tail. She's adorable. But terrifying. Yeah, that one. That's one we should be doing. Oh, oops. Yes. Go. Hit. Nice. And let's get out of here. Alright, Junpei. Whoa, flooding. Whoa, crazy. I'm not reading all this again. I'm just gonna eat. So, I know that in some sense, doing some of this stuff, like, the little flavor dialogue is important in some way. So tell me what I have to do for each choice for this ending. Or if I have to worry about it. Alright. I doubt this one's important, is it? I don't know, snake and 7. Whoa, blood, ah. Oops. Oh, no, ah. More than 6 people can go through. Something about how more than 6 people could pass through. No, wait, that's dumb. I'm dumb, shit. All those who enter must leave. Ah. Till the end of the first puzzle room. Okay. It would be 2. No, it wouldn't. I'm a dumbass. Junpei is a dummy route going on again. 4? Interesting. Okay, 4 it is. 4 would be fine. Let's go with 4. We're going the nice boy route, I guess. The nice dumb boy route. It's very unsettling, I agree. Oof, that spooked me too. Okay, how do I speed through this one? Speed strats, let's go. Just June being thirsty. Yeah, we're in elevator scene, Junpei now. Hey, come on, it's not like that. I'm not worried about you. Gross. Hey, come on, it's not like that. Junpei did his best to act as though he didn't care. His best wasn't very good.
I guess you haven't changed at all, Junpei.
She giggled.
By the way, do you know about Are You Zero? I don't know, I don't trust you. Ah! Remember when we were in school? Whoa! What if the principal is the villain? Ah! Look, I can see the dog now.
The question is, do we not do the Funya Rimpa scene again? Even though we should absolutely do the Funya Rimpa scene. I mean, I have to, right? There's no way we can't. We're reading it too. We're not skipping that scene. We have to read that scene every time. Every time we do this route, we have to read that scene. June is like, I don't know if I can trust you, Junpei, or something. How do I know you're not part of this or something? So she's a little sus of us over here. But then she's like, but you're cute, so it's fine. But what? Oh, okay. Oh, the map. Of course, that's important. It must... Oh, this is when she talks about mummy shit. The actual Titanic?
The actual Titanic? You mean it, like, slipped through time and ended up here? Before the ship sunk on April 14th, 1912? Oh.
Huh? What the hell are you smoking?
Huh? Did I get it wrong?
Junpei grinned and shook his head. No, that's not... I mean, come on, slip through time? Seriously? Oh, she's also, like, really superstitious and shit. She's a little crazy. I was talking about the controversy surrounding the Titanic.
Controversy? What do you mean?
Haven't you heard of it? Yeah, she's like a conspiracy nut. She would probably think this is a plandemic, so... It's pretty famous, you know. The Titanic has a sister ship that was essentially identical. It was called the Olympic. Ah, that's the one that we've all heard about. And then there's also the Gigantic, which Seven mentioned.
Oh, yeah, I have heard of that. If I remember correctly, the Olympic was a ship that had a lot of problems. And the company that owned it didn't know how to get rid of it, right? So they made the Olympic up to look just like the brand new Titanic. And then they sunk it on purpose.
That's right. They also took a huge insurance policy on it before it set sail.
That would mean the real Titanic never sank.
Yeah, the ships got swapped.
Oh.
The real Titanic was renamed the Olympic in secret and was used as a passenger ship for more than 20 years.
Hey, wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935?
Well, yeah, I guess sometime around then.
What happened to it after that?
I heard it was dismantled.
Dismantled? Then it doesn't matter, does it? Whatever the boat, the real Titanic was, doesn't exist anymore. It was either retired or dismantled. Or sunk in the Atlantic by the curse.
The curse.
But then that would mean this ship is...
Wait, what did you just say?
Huh?
Sank in the Atlantic because of what? It's just like, this is how you know she's so deep in the conspiracy shit, where she's just like casually saying words. Again, she's absolutely the kind of person that would just slip in like shit like plandemic and like moon being hollow shit and just like, yeah, didn't you know? Like, yeah. 5G, it's like, it's making us all go crazy and shit. What do you mean curse?
A curse is a curse. This one is a curse of the Egyptian mummy.
Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face. Did you know about the pyramid and the curse and the mummy? Ooh! And she was frozen the whole time and it never melted. Ooh! Alright, June. Alright, whatever. You deal with your curses and shit. I'm gonna go over to Lotus. Bye! Alright, we can't break it open.
It's super dark in here.
Hey, they shouldn't have skipped that dialogue because I never got it before because I never went into this room when it was dark. Get a key. All right. Ah, yeah. Oh, right. And then Santa's like, here, take this clover. I don't like clovers. They spook me because love, hate, luck, lie, something. What was the thing? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Ah, they're stinky. Here, take it from me. It's gross. What if we don't take it? Does it say we're in trouble if we don't take it? Because we took it last time. And then he gets cursed. Ooh. I'm just saying we didn't get very lucky on that route that we took it because we got pretty far, but we did get stabbed. So, just saying. I think it might be unlucky. Let's not take it. I feel awful because I want to be best friends with Santa, but this is the route we're taking. I'm sorry, Santa. Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know? Whoa! Not my Junpei. No, no, no. Heck? Wait, was I supposed to take it? Vivi! Should have waited. I can't believe this. Reset! Yeah, reset time. No. Like, quit? Yes. Can I rewind? I can't rewind. If I could rewind, that would be great, but no. We'll start over. It's fine. Plenty of food left anyway. At least this room is quick. This is why we save before. This is true, you're right. I'm sorry, I should have saved. I didn't think that was an important decision, even though it is kind of important a little bit. God, we've done this puzzle so many times already. Oh shit. Okay, red is 7-4. 8-5. Haven't made a save before first major decision. Well, either way, I'd have to go through it again and again to get those endings. Like, I have thought about just like, what if I just special saved? Like the thing. But you need to have it like saved in the system. One second. Okay, let's continue. You posted decisions in Discord? Oh, thank you. Get through again. Don't worry about it, VV. We can get through this bit very quickly anyway. Like, we were still only on the first puzzle, so. I should have pulled up a guide anyway. Oh, right, I didn't do this one. And we're caught up again. Kind of. See? Easy. Alright, bye forever, June. Hey Santa, you got a crazy, weird theory about clovers and stuff, but I'll take it. Sure, we can be best buds. You mean like play the stock market? You mean like the stock market? Nah, that's not what I meant. Why the hell would you think that? I mean, yeah, I do stocks too, but... What? The last statement, more or less thrown away by Santa, caught Junpei very much by surprise. You? A stockbroker? Yeah. Got a problem with that? No, you just don't look the type. What Junpei didn't say, of course, was that he didn't think Santa looked smart enough to be a stockbroker. Man, that stuff's just like gambling, you know? All you gotta do is bet on the winning horse. Nothing like that hard about it. You sure sound pretty confident. So are you betting on winning horses? Of course I am. You remember a couple of years back when the stock for Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot up through the roof. Stacked a few bills over that, if I do say so myself. Uh-huh was all Junpei could think of. He never even heard of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Fortunately, he was saved quickly from further embarrassment. Hey, how long are you going to stand around wasting time? Stop screwing around! The voice screaming at them from the other room was unmistakably Lotus's. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. Yeah, another mention of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. I think last time he just mentioned Baccarat. And like the number 9. And how we're all linked to 9. This one, however, Much more interesting answer, huh? And aside, we better get to work before we really piss her off. Don't want her beating me up. With that, Santa walked off slowly. Hey, wait. We weren't done. He started after Santa, intending to catch him, but Lotus appeared from the next room, blocking his path. Her posture suggested she was not about to let him pass. There was nothing for it. He had lost. Okay. I'll get back to work, damn it. Her glare suggested any other choice would not have ended pleasantly for him. Junpei mumbled to himself under his breath and went back to his search. Can I just, like, get the tile out without looking? Oh, I can! Nice-oo. There we go.
Yeah, I did it. Aw, yeah.
And now we have a mini psychology lesson, but also not psychology. Maybe pseudoscience, who knows? Where Lotus is like, hey, did you know about the experiment where they had, like, this image and few people could guess what it was? But wait. Before everything. Funia Rimpa? See, I mean, this totes looks like one. Here and here. Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei. What the hell is a Funia Rimpa? What do you mean, what the hell is a Funia Rimpa? You mean you don't know? How the hell would I know? How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funia Rimpa. Goodness, you're such a rude woman. After 3 seconds of awkward silence went by, Lotus opened her mouth as she shook. Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just going to tell you. This is a dog. Thanks, Lotus, for being boring. Whoa, it's a dog picture. And we did this experiment on multiple countries. But the countries that had no idea about this experiment, they somehow knew more, even though they weren't introduced to it after the experiment was done. Whoa, it's crazy. It's like messages in the air. We would never mess around with the Funia Rimpa. Come on, Lotus, please. Alright, cool, let's go. Oh god, this one too. Oh jeez. Hexadecimals, yay! Yes, I have. Thinking of the Titanic before it actually sank.
Yeah, that's the one. The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank, but...
I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but the story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic.
Yeah.
Well, I heard it was all a hoax.
A hoax? I don't know the meaning of that word. All theories I hear are true.
I heard the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank. Apparently, the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank.
But the novel was published in 1898, 14 years before the accident.
Like I said, that was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. Figured that was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some stuff in his novel, so that it matched the Titanic exactly. Surprised by Junpei's response, June seemed rather taken aback.
Really?
No! We debunked the conspiracy theory. Really? There's no such thing as premonitions or any of that stuff. For a moment, June looked very unhappy, more so than Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion. She's so sad that her bullshit supernatural shit is fake. It lasted only a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him, alarmed.
But, that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking.
It wasn't?
Yep.
There's another book. Icebergs and shit. And he was on the Titanic after. Anyway. There be the knife that we used to cut the meat. I know the Titanic is going down. Emergency, what's your... Oh wait, 999, what's your emergency? I've never dialed 999 before. I'm trying to remember how to... What do we have to do? Oh yeah, okay, this one. Aw, yeah. And then we get locked into this room. Whoa. Which Lotus definitely didn't do. No way. Oh yeah, then there's a conversation about ice and shit. Something something ice 9. Wait, Vivi? Oh, never mind, never mind. Yeah, this should be fine. I was like, wait, isn't this the super end? But then I was like, no, it's fine. Because we need more information before we do that. Okay. Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, I definitely got this one then. I remember what this one is. Did strike him as odd, sure. Couldn't help but think about it. June answered.
Turn into liquid.
He's kind of impressed. Sure, I'll go along with this. Again. Wait, do we have to go into door 2 for that one? Or door 3 for this one? After this is door 7. Okay. God, this elaborate ice bomb. Blow her up! We could have died, Lotus. Haha, no you wouldn't. That's silly anyway. And then we go here and we fry the food. And then we cut it out. Oh wait, we have to grind it first. How do we grind it? Oh, there it is. Do we need that? I guess we would. Okay, what was the answer for this one? I don't think anyone can have as much personality as Lotus. Days, you should ask Sonia for mod help, because I've seen some of Sonia's modded outfits, and I'm just saying, some of them are prime Lotus. Kitchen codes. No. 43. I knew it was 40 something. Oh shit, I didn't open it. Whoa, a card key. All right, let's go. Don't worry about it, Flint. Okay, so... Actually, let's save. Yeah, I wanted to make a male character, but then I was like, but there's so many pretty outfits. As a Ladu. However, if I make a cat boy character, which I really want to make, I could dress him up like a butler. Because apparently there's a butler outfit, but it's not gender swappable. So, Final Fantasy, please get on this. Did I not go through door 8? Oh, I must have like gone through 3 and then 8 last time. Sounds like MSQ distraction. Not really, because I could just Fantasia my character Flint. And turn them into whatever. Don't lie? What do you mean? They can wear the same thing. Oh, I like my character too much. That's true. Yeah, we've done all the doors. I was just like, why isn't 8? But then I was like, because I went through 3 and got the explanation and then did 8. Door 7. Okay. We'll go through the boring old door 7 route where we get to hang with Clover and 7. Whoa, they really hate each other. Wow. Oh shit, we have to do this stupid thing again. Yeah, we went through... No, the reason why it wasn't highlighted or grayed out is because we didn't choose 8 first. We chose 3, and then that led to the 8 choice. And I was like, hey, Santa, explain shit to me. But yeah, we went through 8 last time. I'm gonna sip some tea, even though it's gonna make me hot. Yeah, I'm like super attached to my Warrior of Light. It's like, she's got pigtails and she's cute and she's trying her best. And she's got 2 children, I can't get rid of her. Got her own life story. It's not really a life story. It's kind of blank. She got amnesia. But ever since the beginning of the game, she's had her own story, so... And then we go... Get this. We do this, have a little explanation. We type in, what was it? 349, was it? Oh shit, nice. If you make an alt, it would be Inigo's sisters. Yeah, see, that makes... I can deal with doing something like that. My memory is just that good. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh. It was like, man, how do you say it? Like the molecules were communicating with one another. We didn't say that before. We said, like a virus. I love this shit. Transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. phenomenon spread throughout the world, right? Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded. Probably, I think.
Yeah, that. Ugh, that's it exactly.
He's like, there's two psychic, there's two like crazy conspiracy nuts here. I get it now.
How did you know?
I heard another story kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
Oh, the freezer?
Junpei told Seven the story he'd heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. How one day, glycerin began to crystallize, from a story of ice that would melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
Sound familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he was trying desperately to focus on something far away. Do you... Hold up. I missed something here? I feel like I didn't get the second one. The why does it turn into liquid first? Don't you only get that one if you go into door 2? Or, yeah, wait, door 3? Hi, Bakaj. Because that's another story check that you need to do. When asked, I wonder why it doesn't turn into liquid first. Wait a minute, no. That was the Ice 9 discussion. Did I say yes to that? I don't remember. No, I'm not talking about this conversation. I'm talking about the one we had with June and Santa. We should have had that question, but I don't think I had it. I'm half tempted to, like, go back to my save there. Can you look back into the VOD or something? To check if I did that? Because I don't think I specifically asked that. And I'm worried. Talk about mummies? No. When we were in the freezer, because this is the first check was to take the bookmark, and that was the stock market bit. The second one was supposed to be in the freezer, I think, when they were talking about Ice 9. But I don't think I specifically answered. It did strike Junpei as rather odd. I answered a couple of other things about it, but I don't think I specifically said that. I don't think I was asked that question. That's why I'm like, let me go through the VOD real quick. I really need to know this. You remember me getting that question? Well, if you say so, then we're probably good. This is one of those things where I'm like, did I save? I saved, right? Alright, well then let's continue. I was like speeding through that bit, so I'm real worried. I did? Okay, good. Know about Ice 9? Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice died. Ice died. Ice died. Ice baby. Oh boy.
Did I save? I saved, right? Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it! I remember now! That woman, she's on this boat!
That woman?
Alice!
I'm on this boat.
Who's Alice? Come on, that woman who won't melt at room temperature! June was right.
They're both conspiracy nuts, Alice, or all ice. It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath. Here we go.
You know when the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah?
Well, yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history.
Roll cake, not this time. I wouldn't use Ice 9 on a cake either.
What about it? Did you hear about the boat that was set to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was a ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS Mackay Bennett. The Mackay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So what happened next?
Well, they say the Mackay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around the water, things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one.
The craftsman who'd made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin, it was all wood. There were no nails or reinforcements, there were no gaps in the wood anywhere. It was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman, or I guess you could say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black. Her skin was deep brown and didn't show any signs of age or decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up at any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. I remember the whole time I was like, oh, is she related to Lotus and Subway? They both have, like, I don't know, crazy outfits and, like, I don't know, look like goddessy kind of things. I don't know. I had some very silly theories. Eventually, the Mackay Bennett finished the search and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. They say that the stink was horrible. There was one body that didn't thaw. Yeah, they got that Eastern aesthetic.
The girl in the coffin. Well, that's right.
Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed, and another, and it was summer. And she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say that she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about the girl started to spread, and people came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice.
Of course, the rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next she wasn't. They say someone stuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Why the hell would you say something like that?
'Cause I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Oh, he stole her. Junpei gulped. All right, tell me. What happened to Alice? Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was there was a thriving black market in New York. I mean, I'm sure there still is, but this was special. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain.
Ooh.
You've heard that name before, right?
Sir Gordain. Isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic, the Titanic's sister ship?
Oh, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic, and he hid Alice somewhere in the Gigantic. Nobody knows where. He died in 1931. Apparently, he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However what? Well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
Ooh. Didn't we get a key to the library in the other route? What the hell is that? Some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat. So from telepathic ice, we've gone to a perfectly preserved corpse. Owned by the person who bought the ship everyone is currently trapped on. Yep. That's what I'm just saying. That's why I really like this game. It's like it just suddenly puts a bunch of stuff together and it's like, maybe it's connected, question mark? Did you miss anything since you first mentioned Alice? He was like, she's on this ship. Whoa. Other than that, not really.
Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere in the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden on this ship.
Huh. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased.
Hey! What are you two doing over there?
Yeah, because you can't get the full idea of what's going on if you don't play every route. And the order you play each route in is so important to how you experience the story. I think I got very lucky in that I played, like, the safest route, like the least informative route first, when I first played this game. So it kind of, like, left me a little bit intrigued about what was happening, but it didn't tell me anything. Because the knife ending, they don't tell you anything in that one. They just kind of, like, they let you go all the way to the end to door 9, but they don't tell you anything. And then you get, like, the submarine ending, and you're like, wow. That's crazy. I remember some of these words in this one from the knife ending. And then you do, like, the axe ending, and you're like, well, shit, everything I just know was flipped around. But, like, if you're degen in Days, and you got the axe ending first, it completely flips on how you see characters, and you're like, well, now do I want to escape with this person? I don't think I want to escape with this person. I think I might want to just, like, abandon her and try and get out of here alive by myself. I don't know. It's like, you have different views on how you go through it. And I like that. But anyway, speaking of the crazy person who we're trying to avoid now.
Oh, okay, we're coming.
Ah! Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. They're very well done. I like when like, plot and stuff is drop-fed. trivia exposition that's laid out over time. It's nice. It's one of the reasons I liked certain parts of Danganronpa a lot. Oh.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put into the Titanic. And even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Had the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Back to puzzles. Oh no, Days! What? What?
You think my legs are skinnier?
Alright, Clover.
It's the right arm of the body. It's kind of creepy. Just like you. Aha! This thing's super creepy.
Those ain't good for the heart. Ha ha ha.
Ew, that's gross.
This is a chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot.
That kind of thing turns you on, Seven. You're a real creepo.
Parts on the thing and let's just switch everything. It really does. It's just like lays it all out in the open. Why do I still have this purple bottle? I don't need it. Clover, what's up? Oh, Junpei. Oh! Can give her the clover. I remember when I was like playing this, I was like as soon as Santa gave me the clover, I was like, what is the significance with the clover? It's gotta mean something. There has to be a meaning. Is it related to Clover? Is Clover his sister? What's happening? Gave her the 4-leaf clover. Yeah. He didn't know why, but suddenly, Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. A 4-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him in the second-class room. What an interesting way to get someone into a game. I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about that if someone was like, ah, yes, I know how to get you interested in this game. This character has a huge dick. You're like, what? Oh. All right. Virtue's last reward, BB. That's the second Nonary game that comes after this one. Did you know that each leaf on the 4-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important. That's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. What are you talking about, Junpei? You know what? It's a sweet enough sentiment, so I'll go along with it. And it's probably gonna help her a little bit. He's trying, exactly. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere, I'm sure of it. You've got to believe in that. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away the tears with baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb, gave her the best smile he could manage. Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit. But still, she didn't move.
Wait. Before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him aside from the dictionary definition. I can think of so many things. Ugh. All of my research methods PTSD is just coming back. What?
Oh. Huh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you're making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Just forget about it.
Don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about? Clover looked away. The 4-leaf clover was still in her hand. She sat at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can. Clover slipped the 4-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. Tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see? He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
He pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Oh, yo, it's one of this shit. You know what I'm talking about. The patches on the sock, where if you keep stitching it up, then it becomes a different sock, but I don't agree. I think it's the same sock. I don't care what people say, it's the same sock. All Junpei would think was, she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Lock Socks? Or the Ship of Thesis?
Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed.
Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Lock Socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks and they're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Honestly, I'd throw it away. I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
Come on, who loves their socks that much?
Doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much.
Well, I guess then I'd patch it.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just kept adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
That's tough. The fact that the stops from being a new thing is a human factor. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, think about how people talk about, like, this is something Mac keeps trying to make me think about, where he's like, did you know your body keeps changing? And then, like, after, like, a decade or something, it's not the same body. And then it's like, yeah, but, like, your memories are the same, so therefore it's still the same body. If you put your memories in a different body, it's still you. Doesn't matter if it's not the same parts. I'm just saying. That's how I feel about it. The sentiment is still there, it is still the same thing. So, whatever. I've never found this a confounding issue. It has always been a very fixed thing in my head. It's like, if the main thing that makes it what it is, which I personally think is the feelings you attach to something, then it is still the same thing. I don't know. That's my take on it, and I will take that to the grave. Junpei crossed his arms. So, that's the Lock Socks thing.
Yeah. The Ship of Thesis is a lot like it.
The Ship of Thesis, if you keep fixing the damaged parts of the ship, eventually ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that the ship is a Ship of Thesis that you started with? What if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one, somewhere else? Then which ship is the real Ship of Thesis? The one you repaired or the one you built with all the original parts? It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same? Yeah, that one is a much better argument, because I don't think you could put that much emotion into each bit.
These guys, Is this John? Or is it Lucy now?
Well, the head is still there, so I'd say that's more John. Unless the memories are in the body, in which case it's probably Lucy. Mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right, it was just like locked socks in the ship of Theseus. Part of the body that holds a person's identity is a head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. John's head and heart were both his. But apart from that, and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. Cells in our body change every day. Old ones die, new ones are born. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too.
Now you're just going into a hole, Clover.
That's how we're all connected. Information fields can't be seen naked eye, Ice 9. Ah!
Silence was broken by Seven.
Hey, what the hell's taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? You don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Everyone on this ship. We thought before, oh, these guys will have fun little trivias. No, they're all flat earthers. They're all conspiracy nuts. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh, what were you two doing? Was there some sort of secret meeting?
We were smooching. What's it to you?
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins. Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. When the argument is applied to people, I wonder how they explain the difference between muscle memory and mental memory. Well, the thing about muscle memory is half of it is attached to... Most of it is in your brain in the end. You might think it's attached to your body parts, but it's more... There's a certain section... Well, not a section, but there's a certain space, I guess, that's dedicated to specific muscle movements. And then there's also another space that's dedicated to, like, how you remember feelings associated with people and things. And there's another one associated with information that you know about, like, you know about world events that have nothing to do with you, but you've read about. Or, like, oh, if I drink water, I will live, or something. Like, you know, things that you should know about. So, generally, your muscle memory is very, like, it's a little disconnected to the other two, because the other two are more, what's it called? Explicit memories? That's the word, I think. While as muscle memory, which is called procedural memory, is implicit memory. So that's memory that you can't physically, you can't recall it visually, you can't, like, actively recall it. You don't know how you learn how to walk, and you don't know how you walk. But that's kind of memory that's inside you that you kind of, like, naturally pull out. So it's like an automatic process. That's why I'm like, in the end, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, like, they're called, like, 3 memory processes. So you have procedural memory, which is muscle movements and stuff like that, how to do stuff. that you don't really think about. It can also be like blinking. Blinking is a procedural memory. Like walking is a procedural memory. Like, for instance, people that have strokes and brain lateralization, so like they remove parts of their brain, they have to remake those connections, and they might still have memories of how to do stuff, but they won't be able to walk, so they'd have to do that all over again and get those connections back. But those are different to, like, episodic memory, which is, like, people memory, or, I don't know, like, emotional memory, I guess. It's, like, memories of events that are specifically related to you. So, like, oh, I remember when I went to the theme park with my friend. And then, connected to that, you have semantic memory, which is informational memory. Hi, Alex. Yes, revenge for people calling me a dingledat last time. I might not know how to read a compass, but I can talk about memory. But yeah, so basically, the important thing to take away from this is that sometimes episodic memory is related to semantic memory, like a close memory to yourself. Oh, well, hello, Alex's sister. So basically, back to the thing. Shut up, Days! Fine, I'm not finishing my explanation. Whatever. We're gonna continue this, I guess. We have funnier in Coco's stream? Mm-hmm. Shut up, Vivi. Well, with a short laugh, 7 followed. Explain it was interesting. Fine. So, episodic memory can turn into semantic memory. If, for instance, like, you have a memory of, like, here's something that someone actually had to go through, because these are case studies usually go through this stuff. So this guy, his brother died, and he had no memory of the actual funeral, and no memory of, like, the death of his brother, but he knew that his brother was dead. He had the memory that he knew, like, information that his brother was dead. So that episodic memory turned into semantic memory, but it also was episodic memory. He just had, like, he lost his episodic memory through, like, brain damage. So that affected his episodic memory store. But because part of it had turned into semantic memory, he still had that information. He still knew that his brother was dead. He just didn't have any emotional, like, knowledge of that situation that led up to his death. Or around it, even. And similarly, you have other situations where there are people that, like, there's this other guy who knew how to play the piano, but he didn't know, he couldn't read music. Like, like, again, these are all people that have brain damage in certain areas, so it affects different parts of their memory. So he didn't have his semantic memory of learning music, but he could still play pieces that he had, like, muscle memory of, so procedural memory. And the thing about, like, people that have issues with one part and don't have issues with another part, this is actually called double dissociation. I think, is that the name? Something like that. It's where, like, you have one thing, and then you have another thing, and then you have the other thing, but you don't have the other thing. It's difficult to explain. It's like if you have... Okay, so if you have, like, visual agnosia... if you have, like, prosopagnosia, which is, like, the inability to see faces, but you can still see objects, but then you have another person that can see faces, but can't see objects, then that shows that there's 2 different areas in your brain that can do 2 different things that you might have thought originally was one thing. And then you can safely kind of conclude, or at least assume, that there are 2 places because there's a double dissociation. So for memory, it's like, oh, well, if you have a storage for episodic memory, so if you have, like, damage in episodic memory, but you can still use semantic memory, then that says one thing. But if you then have damage to like semantic memory in another person, but can still have episodic memory, then that shows that these two are not connected directly. So it's like an interesting little thing that people do to kind of figure out whether two different things are connected or not. But then you have procedural memory, which isn't really connected to those two. Like, they are related, of course. But generally, damage to procedural memory doesn't really affect the other ones. Like, sometimes damage to episodic memory does affect your semantic memory a little bit, they found. Because it's sort of like there's like a blurred line between what counts as episodic memory and what counts as semantic memory. Like, maybe you have like a more emotional connection. Sometimes you can make a fact that you've learned important to yourself. But you can't really do that for a procedural memory. You can't turn like walking into something important unless you like say, oh, I walked into like a really pretty location and I remember that really well. You can't really connect that to the actual act of walking though. So it's like, that's why it's like muscle memory is a thing in your brain, but it's not like a thing that you really think about. So it's still in your brain. It's just, it's not like disconnected from that. It's not in your body. Although it technically is because nerves, but it's still mostly in your brain. Like, it makes me think about, what if you replace someone's brain with another person's brain? Then maybe you'd still have to form those connections again for procedural memory. You know? I don't know. I think that would be cool. If you could replace people's brains. Yeah, muscle memory is a different type of memory, separate from the other two types. Memory is a fascinating subject. It can be a little bit complicated sometimes. But it's really interesting to dig into. And I recommend like reading a little bit sometimes for it. Like, there's some very simple kind of models for memory. And I don't know. It might be a fun read. I think there's like a couple of psychology books that are like really fun to read. Like, they don't have too many, you know, in-depth kind of stuff. I don't know. I actually really hate memory as well. Like, there are parts that I really like about it, but whew, sometimes memory and cognition never quite clicked. You know what's funny? When I took psychology for the first time, they actually didn't make us learn memory first. Because they were like, whenever someone takes memory, whenever people learn about memory, they get so put off of psychology. They get like intimidated out of psychology because memory has so much terminology and there's so many studies attached to memory. So it's like, if you're learning one little thing, there's like, I think like 5 or 6 mini case studies and also just experiments that you have to learn along with it. And they're interesting, but at the same time, you don't want to learn about each person involved in it. It's like so long. And there's so many terms that like are attached to it that you have to learn about. So they made us learn conformity and like social psychology first, because it's like a fun kind of psychology that you don't have to think about too much, but it's also kind of like it eases you into experiments and like stuff like that. And I can say for a fact, if I did learn memory first, I would definitely not take psychology, even though I appreciate it a lot more now. And I enjoy talking to people because it's fun, and I think everyone can relate to memory in some way. But yeah, let's continue with the 999. The Vox docuseries, the first one about a musician had to relearn music because of brain surgery. Brain surgery is fascinating for a lot of things it can do to people. I don't know. I was always fascinated in psychology, so for me it was like, Oh, we gotta do research methods and statistics and stuff too. No one told me about that. People said psychology was just like fun brain stuff. And then it's like, no, there's lots of tedious stuff too. Yeah, generally brain damages that affect memory and just anything are like strokes. Strokes are the most common one because they can really damage large parts of your brain, but also like specific areas too. I think the worst one would probably be like damages to like Broca's and Wernicke's area because if you don't know about that, that makes it really difficult to talk and to understand people. I feel like that would be a nightmare. Psychiatry. Oh, psychiatry is the one that I couldn't do because that's like medical psychology. That just sounds difficult. Okay, carrying onwards. Let me take a little sip. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
Well, you don't need to keep asking.
Let me continue. Solar system keys. Is Optimal like that bad? Oh, that was the last one of the checks. Okay, so I can just do whatever now. Of course there's a reason. Yeah, this is the horny Junpei route now. Oh god. I wonder if this will change how Clover sees or acts now. I wasn't sure. Spaghetti! That's possible. I want to stay on Clover's good side now. I'm worried about her. Even though I did that last time and she still killed us, so I'm just saying. Okay, where do I go now for this? I assume like 6? One? Interesting. So we go with Clover this time. Oh right, I guess we need to get the Alice book and also the library. Maybe we won't be killed this time. My choice is door 1. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? No, I would never, except I totally did, but don't worry about it. Yeah, we just did this puzzle. Do we still have the notes for this one? Let's get some more stuff from Clover's one. We're too far back. Heck!
Yeah, there is.
Ace's eyebrows went up. He's like, what? You checked on us, now get out of here. We split the stuff up for a reason, alright? It was a lie. There was no reason to split up the work. Junpei wanted to talk to Clover privately. That was why he sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There was something he meant to ask Clover and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask it, especially since he's like, you know.
I don't want anyone to know about my shit.
As he knew Clover would likely remain silent if there was anyone else around when he asked. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth, and then took another look at Junpei and shut it again, a small smirk appearing on his face. You remember? Damn. Phew. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. He'd heard what Ace had said. He regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious and with good reason. Junpei's eyes widened and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence. No, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just want to hear what the rest of the story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment. Remember, the one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago. Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments. When she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it, I promise. So...
Shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung from her lips. where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei? Who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped. Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there are at least 2 other people.
Right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. You could have opened door 3 with Snake. Well, really, who and who and who? Or who and who?
I mean, it could have been 4 people.
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
And who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms in thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2, which two bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3. Could be Santa and 7? Could it be? Were Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it. He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
He looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? All I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly. Junpei pulled out his pen and pad off paper and handed them to her. Does Ace Wolves have the 9 bracelet? I don't know. We'd have to assume he was carrying it then, but... Here's the thing. We've never once used a dead person's bracelet to open a door. We've never seen that happen. We're just assuming it could happen, but there's also the chance of, like, how would it open the door? And if you're carrying it around, wouldn't that count as another person going through the door? So there's a lot of things that you have to, like, think about for this. But In a scenario of like, who would kill Snake? I want to believe it's not Seven and Santa. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. Two plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. Okay, so... we can eliminate anyone with 4. We could do like Ace and Santa and Seven and Lotus. That's 4 people. So there's also Ace and Santa and June. What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, and G and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. You should take off yours too, the ones with 4.
So what does that leave?
A and E. Wait, it can't be A.
Why not?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
You think that's likely? There were 4 people working together. They wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they tried that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
Besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them, but they didn't. They didn't even try anything. They were the killers, why wouldn't they?
The voice was calm, but Junpei had only look in her eyes to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten. Okay. Yeah, well, that does make sense. Seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
That means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it? There was a moment of silence.
I think I know.
What is it? He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke. Have I interrupted something? What do you want? There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? He turned on his heel and walked back towards the wheelhouse. Junpei looked over at Clover, he gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace. What did you want to talk about? Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile. There was something I wanted to check. Yeah, what's that? If you'll excuse me. With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand was the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you? I think we can skip this. We can't skip this. Ah! My voice is beginning to die. Oh, I do have orange juice over here, but I don't have water. My vision is also fading. My bedtime approacheth. I mean, is it even close? I don't know how long this one actually is. It's like almost midnight. It's 20 minutes to midnight, and I woke up at like 8 or something. Time has no meaning. Honestly, it might just be like, I might just want like a little voice break. This is like semi-endgame route bocage. Like, not really endgame. Fake endgame, if you will. But I don't know how much it's gonna go over again. Because if it does go over again, we can just skip through it, but... Yeah, it's endgame, but not. I remember doing this one vividly. Like, I think this one was actually my 4th one. I think we're going over the things I've done before now. Like, I did this one, and then I did the other one, and then I did the other one. Yeah, give me like 5 minutes or something. I think I just need to sip some water. Because I have orange juice, but not water. So that's drying my throat too.
Yeah, I'll go BRB. 1 sec.
と現実に一石を閉じて個性を磨け結界悩むなんだよまた一つ消去頭からケツまでそれが我がエンタメだまだ信じないさ紐解いたじゃないチケットバスでもっと舞い上がって Everybody put your hands up さあフライ翼になれ見てみたいな宇宙になれる君今だ成長期新世界へもどかしくてもどかしている無我夢中になれるものが欲しい不快な日でてないなんて可愛くないねコンプレックスは勝手にとってオリジナリティやらなきゃやまいで山積みの問題ももっとあるあがいて正体を暴いて Everybody put your hands up さあフライそのイメージできっとなれるさなりたい自分に探す You're the one over time 忘れてた記憶の中でもう一度見られたからにを聞けEverybody put your hands up さあフライ翼になれ見てみたいな宇宙になれる君今だ成長期新世界へ Everybody put your hands up さあフライそのイメージできっとなれるさなりたい自分に探す You're the one all the time 忘れてた記憶の中でもう一度胸の高鳴りを聞け
I'm gonna get so banned for that. This whole lot is muted now. No one snitch. No one's snitching me. For putting my animes in here. I needed some kakegurui. I needed some Death Parade. I needed some Danganronpa. Lots of death games in there, actually, now that I think about it. Very fitting, you know? Let's continue. I think that gave me a reasonable... My throat feels much better. It's very crackly. I got my energy back. I got my throat back. That was not intentional. I was like, what are some anime songs that make me happy? Oh, those three remind me of... Well, it's mostly the Kakegurui one, really, like... I was like, wait, I really like this opening. What other opening do I like? Oh, I like the Danganronpa opening. Played that. Then I really enjoyed that one. And I was like, what other opening do I like? Oh, right, Death Parade, Flyers. Then I was like, wait, I've played 3 openings, I should stop now. Let's continue. The next one would have been Tower of Druaga, because you know I like my ska. That would have broken the theme.
He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Whoa. Let's do this stupid puzzle. Okay. What was this again?
Let me go up a little bit. I think Vivi posted the thingies.
Okay, south. West. Southwest. Northwest. East. And north.
I didn't need to go all the way this way, but whatever, we did it. Stop posting my exact... Why do y'all keep posting the exact thing that I did? Harumph.
And now we can... Oh, that's... Now we can go over here and do this one.
Just copied it from Vivi. Whatever.
Full... off. Flow, full, off, dead, stop. Aw, yeah. Oh, try doing this. And open. Didn't even need to do the map shit. Oh shit, there's a dead body! Ah! Clover, please don't take the axe. Can I just...
Oh, I need the key first. Heck.
Fine, fine.
Oh.
Until already Zero's one of us. Yeah, right. Even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero. Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got, and of course the bracelet with the Zero on it. It's too obvious. Look, look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Doesn't that seem kind of funny to you?
Right. Only an idiot would see through something like that.
Or wouldn't see through that. No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work. Which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking about with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero's supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put that bracelet on him anyway. You know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us.
Too bad, suckers. This isn't Zero. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles. Look, here I am. What's wrong, guys? Come on, catch me if you can.
That's really twisted. That almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me. Junpei bent down next to the corpse. Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
What's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is?
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought. We should check to see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
What?
We've got to flip him over. How else are we going to search his pockets? Clover didn't move. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually, Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. Just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist. The bracelet with 0 on the face. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There's only 2 ways to do so. 1, escape from the ship. 2, die. In other words, once the bracelet's taken outside the confines of the ship or the wearer dies, it'll shut down. Junpei set at the bracelet. This man, he's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until now. His bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure that out. That he's dead.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. It looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen though, you know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. Junpei, why would you say this? Jeez, we just became sort of friends with her again. And you had to say this shit. We're in dumbass Junpei route. Dumbass Junpei route just activated again. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There's a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. He's like, can we remind him that she killed him with an axe? Can we tell him to stop? Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
The words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No! That's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yeah, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
We had a little conversation with Clover about, like... stuff. Then we were really mean and we were like, hey, oh, your brother's body, all bones and shit sticking all over the place. And she was like, wait a minute. What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me.
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Oh, spaghetti all over the walls. Junpei winced and swallowed. Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear. Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. He simply stood there, confused.
Thank you, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened.
Clover!
Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. Hey, what's going on?
I'm sorry, it's just, I'm so happy.
Why?
The body in the shower room. It isn't his. It isn't my brother.
Huh?
It's not Snake.
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is.
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
He's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arm around her and held her tight.
Junpei, you were right. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. You can remember all these, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everyone, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
Snake's left arm boneless? Maybe? She's not telling us exactly what, but maybe? Question mark? He looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too. Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Ew, gross! You're lame after all!
Huh? He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left, and then she stopped. And then she stabbed us! This is a much better Clover route. We haven't gotten stabbed once so far.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry. Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words in the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago with my brother and me. But he's blind. I was part of the Nevada test group. Neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Time out, girl. Just casually laying this information on us, like, yeah, you know, because we were in this chest given the experiments in the ship 9. Junpei held up his hands. Took a deep breath and let it out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start at 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out. Clover nodded. Alright, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenic fields?
Not on this route. He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. Did we know about it in this route? Oh, right, she told us about it. Never mind. Oof. Alright, how about this? Theory of telepathic mechanism. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, it's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So, they were testing telepathy on this ship.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
Same thing we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The Nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put on the building in Nevada. And the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What does the Nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops up into your head? That's an epiphany. And when you learn from the epiphany, it can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So, you're saying the Nonary game was supposed to introduce the element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't just be any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed. For a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada, so I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was,
No! Sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Ace, why must you always pop in at the most critical moment? He has the absolute worst timing. Junpei spun around. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you. Ace, you two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long. Ace glanced down at the floor, at the corpse covered in blood. At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Why do you need my help again? Come on, it'll only take a moment. With that, he turned and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice. He's gonna dig through our pockets again.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait! No! At least whisper the name. Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling. Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up! Ugh. Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off towards the communications office.
Ree!
Leaving.
We've searched the Harumph. Oh, I can't click it. Heck. Yeah, it's tiny screwdrivers to open the thing. No, oops. Sorry. We always throw them away. Screwdrivers are never important. Don't be silly. Okay, we have to do this so we can open that drawer or something. To get the key. I can't input the password because I need the key to turn it. All ice, what's... oh. Alice. Does that mean... Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Hieroglyphs! Ah! But the key to the library in the bottom deck. So it would seem. The bottom deck, the library. Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet. God, all of this is connected!
Alex sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic.
Uranus, it all led back to that.
Did beneath the deck, the navel mean bottom deck?
Forest of knowledge mean the library? If it did, then was Alice in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong?
Junpei blinked, only then did he notice Ace was looking at him. Curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him. About the Egyptian priestess, about Ice 9, and finally about the woman who wouldn't melt, who had been recovered from the Titanic disaster. Alice was hidden inside Uranus door. And then Ace is like, oh, you're another one of those nut jobs. That's the stupidest stuff I've ever heard. You're silly, Junpei. Which had eventually turned into Alice, and how she had been purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. And how Gordain had hid Alice somewhere on the ship. And you think he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck? Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess. I see. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together. Junpei. I thought he was gonna be like, are you okay in the head? Have you ever heard of the term CAS? CAS? It stands for Cells Alive System. I'm so glad he has something to contribute. What a shame if, like, there was one person on this ship who wasn't a nut job. He's in on this conspiracy too, goddamn. It's an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it's a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expand as it's crystallized, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. That's why they're all here, it's all connected. This is the thing that ties them all together. We find out on this route only because that's where you see everything all connected. That's great. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Yeah. Zero was just like, oh man, there's not enough people who get me, you know? Oh shit, these guys get me. I'm just gonna gather them all together and just have them talk about shit with me. That's why we're Zero. We're pretending we don't know anything, but we're actually like trying to get everyone to talk to us about it. And we're acting like, oh, they're all crazy, but we're actually loving it. However, there are rumors it can be used for other things. What do you mean other things? Well, obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel. Space travel? Are you serious? Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing. It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space. That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting. Whoa, wait a minute here. Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Is this some Danganronpa shit? Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing? Well, I guess technically Danganronpa shit is 999 shit. Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. This special ice you call Ice 9 doesn't yet exist. And if CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously, you think she could be alive? Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? She would put somewhere where she could reach that temperature. That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about? You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor. You mean the guy dressed like the captain? Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by who? Couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. Yeah, so naturally, the frozen mummy, who may or may not be on this ship, had to have done it. It had to have been her. There is no other logical explanation. I love their leaps. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Oh, that would be fun, Dusty. Just do some John Tita shit. Just spread around Ice 9 like it's real. I feel like something like Ice 9 would actually spread around well if it weren't like part of this game. You know? Like, someone could totally convince me if that were like an article that I read, I'd be like, whoa, that's real. If I didn't like fact check it. Like, I'd believe that shit if it were just like out there. Who was it that opened the door?
Santa and Lotus. Right. Clearly the two of them could not have opened door 1 or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so? Junpei thought for a second. No, nobody. And when you open a door, you can't go back through it. So... After Santa and Lotus had used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with Junpei and June, who had just returned from E-Deck. The four of them proceeded to return to the large hospital room to reunite with Ace, Seven, and Clover. When Junpei and his team had gone into the shower room, Ace and Seven and Clover had been left in the large hospital room. They would have been unable to open door 1. Perhaps when Junpei and June had taken the elevator to door 2 then. No, that would have been impossible. They'd been gone only 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarter, killed the man in there, and run back in 5 minutes. It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if the killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The number doors would be nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters. And then you're saying the killer was Alice? It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumbs across his lips thoughtfully. Well, this is only one possible theory. All eyes. Alice. Was Alice indeed somewhere on the ship with them? Junpei had only one clue. The keycard in his hand. It would, he hoped, grant him access to the Forest of Knowledge. Beyond that, what waited for him beyond the Forest of Knowledge?
It's just a theory. A conspiracy theory. A 999 theory.
He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket.
Wow, some interesting new knowledge. Welcome back, Phoenix. Why are you face down? Alright, what was the answer to this again? It was like 35, 14, 27, 24? Ha! Get hecked, Degen. I remembered it. Yeah, it worked. Good job, Junpei. Whoa! I remember it specifically because I got it wrong. Wait a minute. What do you got in there, Clover? A note? If you say so. A note?
Yeah. I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It says something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it. Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice. Hey, Junpei! Just casually hiding an axe in her pockets. Not even in her back. Just in her pockets. Clover, what are you two doing? Hurry up. Ace is like the bane of this run so far. He went from being dad to just being like, every time I'm trying to get some new information. Being a buzzkill. Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, we gotta hurry.
From aces to axes. Hopefully from axes to aces more. You're winning, son. When Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note? Note. Junpei was curious. There was something else that bothered him. The pocket had been bulging far more than it would from just a note. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Well, we didn't see the axe this time. So maybe it's a good thing? Yeah, ruining the Junpei Clover ship. This ship's already sunk because of Dad. They reach B deck at the same time. Fine, we'll try for the Santa ship next run.
Junpei! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given the situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What? Come on, just follow us. We'll explain all the way. Okay, let's go. Rest followed.
Finally made it!
The relief and excitement on her voice echoed with each one of them felt. It's finally time. Oh, Clover didn't... Okay, she's not trying to kill us this time. That's good. I'll take it. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. Yeah, no Clover nihilism this time. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. Yeah, true. She's got hope in her heart, and faith and love, and that gives her good luck. There's one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate 3 to 5 people, or 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even if in the best case scenario, 2 of them would have had to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over at the clock. Hands indicated it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes left before their time was up. Hey! Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry up! Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Junpei!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. Down they go. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down E-deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk. I know you explained it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left. And that took us to the other side of the gate. After that, it headed down another hallway, took them towards the bow of the ship, ship, and eventually to the number 6 that Junpei and June had found earlier. With 4, they'd been able to open the door and keep going. As usual, they'd faced a locked door, but had been forced to complete 2 different areas before they could unlock it. Once they were through that door, there was another hallway that went into the other direction, towards the stern. So, on your way, you found the elevator. Well, that's right. So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side. Yeah. With that settled, Junpei looked around. So, where's the number 9 door? Over here. Follow me. 7 began walking down the hallway that led to the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him. They had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
You know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
And all 7 of us are going through door 9. You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route?
9. It's 9. He's a good boy.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they wanted to. But they didn't. Yeah, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said we can't leave June behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to Central Staircase.
That...
See? Secret soon. Secret tsundere. This is why Santa route next. Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean. We also didn't call that he was a stockbroker. Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I didn't mean that Seven and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it and Santa objected to it first.
And just like his namesake, is he the white Santa or the black Santa? That story is so funny. I took it very seriously when I was younger, but thinking about it now, it's such a strange story. Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped. In front of them stood a door. So is this... Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod. There's no other place for us to go?
Nope. Just look around.
At the end of the hallway was a thick iron wall. To the left and right, other hallways led to the port and starboard sides of the ship. They were both closed off by the thick metal grates. Looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice. Alright, let's get moving. He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed.
We're all here.
I love this music. It's like... it fills you with dread. That's the only way I can describe it. But it's not like ominous. Okay, now it is. Never mind. Yeah, it's like apprehensive, kind of. Like, they're curious about what's happening, but they're also a little bit unsure about what to do. Don't worry about it. Just, I really like music like this. Appear that they've been telling the truth. The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number. Like all the others, it was a rough thing, made of red paint. The door it decorated sat in the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant. Finally, they'd arrived. Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. He was about to speak when... Junpei, look behind you. He turned around. Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw. A door and a 9. There was another one. Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room... 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door. He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real. Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Ace that spoke first. Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one? Lotus was skeptical. I don't know about that. That seems unlikely. What makes you say so? Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there's always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck? Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means... Yeah, you don't need instinct if you have telepathy! Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it. The exit's hidden, but it's there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. 9, 9. Junpei began to mutter to himself. So if there's two number 9 doors, we split it up right.
It's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
You got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her. I thought she had her own paper.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers. Oh, geez. That's a lot of math. So, there's always gonna be, like, at least 3 people.
I thought we had one that, like, had, like, June and Junpei and Santa and Clover. Where's my solution? That one worked, but, like, you know, not for everyone else.
Oh, there's more. Never mind.
You get it? The numbers on top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities. If we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4, so
3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right? Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him. As he did, he began to wonder, what was it? The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room. Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end was the carpet. An altar? It was a recessed space set into the wall between two other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. Coffin. A coffin. No. It couldn't possibly be. But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice. But it was forced.
Okay, I give up. Figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer, but I guess no one's got the guts to do it.
Junpei didn't understand, but he wasn't the only one.
What, you guys didn't figure it out yet? Oh, fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation, but she missed something.
Snake's still alive. What happens when you include his number? If you include his number, then there's a perfect solution that we came up with last time. Even though I completely dismissed it because I was like, well, he's dead, so... Where you can have a team with Junpei, Clover, June, and Santa for one door. And you have Lotus, Ace, Seven, and Snake in the other door. And both teams can get out.
Oh, screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4, everyone gets out. Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though.
7!
If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you could make this combination.
Wait. That means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything. Even if I hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
Same thing? Are you saying...
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot? Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered. I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm going to have to owe you for getting us out of here. The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I don't want to leave Ace behind and I don't want to leave you either. I don't like that idea. There's got to be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero. Damn, poor Seven. He tried his best to be a hero, but everyone rejected it. Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven. Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's got to be a better way than this. Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough. We'll just use our combined link power to open the door to our hearts and the ship too. We'll use our link power to drive the ship home.
It doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke. Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet. Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable. Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here? Santa shook his head. Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone. And I don't see how it matters. I said alone. I said I don't want to leave Seven alone. There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver. What the hell are you? Wait, what, you don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No. Those are my orders. What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you? You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice. What? Santa route denied! Ah! We tried our best, but he's rejected us. 3, 2, 1. Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... Ah! He had June. See? Told you. His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. I can't believe this! Why did he have to be the killer? I'm sick. Child me is sad again. I'm so disappointed. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. This isn't the present I wanted sent. My trash boy turned into actual trash. This isn't the trash I wanted. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple. What was he doing with a gun? Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion. A gun from the other room. What room? One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun. Huh. Well, it's too late now, fat ass. Damn it. A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded and he began to move. He walked backwards, dragging June with him. God damn it. Before long, his back was rested against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. I actually did not remember this. I didn't think the route was gonna go this far, honestly. I thought it was gonna end much earlier. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same. Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace Lotus, congratulations. I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands on the red. 3 + 6 + 1 + 8 = 18. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more. Hey, you deaf. I gave you an order. Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car. Right. Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it. No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hands twitched. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about Leafwood and the four-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly. What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head? Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously, turned to face Ace and Lotus. Alright, assholes, what are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets, I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? You're hearing starting to go? Going senile, maybe? Ace and Lotus didn't move. It was almost as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do. He turned to Ace and Lotus. Please, go. Huh?
But... Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're gonna be stuck, Jumpy. So will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll all figure something out. Right, Seven?
Alright, just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but... Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of. But... No. You can't. Ace! Lotus! Don't do it! Don't worry about me! Please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. Without a word, he laid a hand on each of their backs and gently pushed them forward. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded. Ace and Lotus turned around again and slowly walked towards the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door and marked 9. Santa smiled. Alright, now get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? You think I'm fucking around here? Don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know. All I need is a bracelet. You get it? It's good, now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again. He shoved the revolver harder against June's head and she winced. Fine. Ace sighed, defeated, placed his hands on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. 4th asterisk blinked on. Good job. Now Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid and you know what happens, right? Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few. Alright, go. Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. Later. After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles in the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with a 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door. He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. Seven came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do? Seven opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Shh! Quiet!
Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where? Where was it coming from? Could it be?
Oh, hey, I think it's coming from the coffin.
You're right!
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Shut up and try. Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find, and pulled with all their strength.
Ugh!
Damn it.
Man, it wouldn't even budge.
There's some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
I think we have to put it in the right password or it won't open.
I think so. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. They had no idea who was in the coffin, but they wanted out, and they wanted out now. They had no idea what they were supposed to do. Without a passcode, it didn't seem like there was a lot they could do. They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews. Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing. The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room. What was the passcode? What was Junpei supposed to do? How was he supposed to figure it out? He needed something. He needs knowledge. You can't do that because he doesn't have the code. So that's why that's kind of a fake ending, because It's essentially saying, and then they died. Because there's no way to open that shit. So, I didn't actually do that one. I take it back. I didn't get that ending. I jumped straight to the other one. The second ending. So I never got this little reveal. At all. So, yeah, me neither. That definitely changes some stuff, at least. Oof. What mistake was made in this route? Don't worry about it. There's nothing I can really say about this route. But next time, you're gonna be in for some shenanigans. There's a very fun route. Yeah, this is just an optional ending. It's just like, ooh, what could be in there? But no, you don't know because you're dead, so get hacked. And also, you just don't know anything. Does it record it though? Yeah, it's an ending. Fortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa. Oh, shit. That scared me, holy shit. What was that? I've never gotten that before. So, yay, new things. New things already. What was that? I actually got kind of like mini jump scared. Some anime ending shit. Oh, jeez. Coffin ending! Yeah, like a trailer in the game I mean, we already have the opening. Where they were like, hey, you want another trailer? Alright, 2 more endings. I'm so excited for the next one. We're not gonna do it tomorrow, though. I'll leave tomorrow for raiding. Because this was really long, and we ended up finishing it. So, we'll leave the raid tomorrow. And post Stormblood shit. Hold up. Let me find a nice track to end this on. Oof, I love this one. Okay. That was fun! That was super fun! Oh, so close to 9 hours, right? We sped through it a lot. I tried my best to stall, but I'm also very sleepy. That woke me up too. Man, have I mentioned I like this game? I like this game a lot. It's real cool. It's a real chill game. It's real fun. Sad that it's almost over though. I got through it surprisingly quickly.
Yeah, this was a great Saturday.
Yeah. I'm glad y'all are enjoying this too. It's so nice to like play a game that I played in my childhood and be like, other people enjoy this shit too. But yeah. I'll see y'all later. This is gonna crank up, so I gotta go, but I definitely have other games planned too that I haven't touched ever, so that's fine. Bye bye bye!